what we waited for. Take my hand, we'll make it somehow. We can't miss out. I'm done living life with the lights out. Die with my own doubts. Be free with me. Let's go, let's be free with me. Be free. Not looking back, eyes on the freeway, Bonnie and Clyde, a classic cliche. We're on the run, this is what we waited for. Take my hand, we'll make it somehow. We can't miss out. I'm done living life with the lights out. Die with my own doubts. Be free.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the fourth round of the MAIA Chess Open from Portugal. Anna today is playing a 2200 rated FIDE Master with the white pieces. Very exciting. This is the kind of game you need to get a draw or a win. If you're going to make a title norm, if you're going to showcase your stability in performance, your consistency, like we talked about yesterday. So I'm very much looking forward to it. Pia, unfortunately, still under the weather, but she may be back for the last half of the tournament. Just putting that out there. No promises, but rumor has it maybe. What's the difference between a FIDE master and a women's FIDE master? So basically the W titles are all 200 points below the no W titles. So a FM FIDE master has to have achieved a 2,300 rating at some point, while a WFM, women's FIDE master, is it needs to have achieved 2,100. Here's the main person of the day. Anna arrives at the board, and is her opponent wearing a shirt that says Sveikia? No, never mind. For a moment there, I thought he's respecting the Swedes, but it seems to be a soccer jersey of some description. Yellow and green. What's that? Is that Nantes? Oh wow! Chat says I actually got it right. My deep down football knowledge is just incredible. Please don't say soccer. I will say whatever bugs you the most. So the more you say stuff like that, the more I'm gonna say soccer. I played for the Rock Ridge Soccer Club in when I lived in the US, and we also had yellow and green jerseys. I have a very cute picture of me in them at some point. Okay, someone in chat said, "Do you think Anna is going to play E4 today?" And a responder wrote, "If Anna ever plays the king pawn, the whole channel will explode." She is pretty firm. She's usually sticks with the same openings. I think that's fair to say. And today is no exception. Pawn to D4 is the start to this one. Pawn to D5 coming in from the opponent, and then quickly pawn to C4. The queen's gambit. You're not gambiting a queen, but you're trying to give up a pawn on the queen's side of the board. And black is saying no thank you, because if you take that pawn, you allow white to have very good control with their pawns in the center of the board. It's also pretty convenient for white to try and win that pawn back later on. Okay, the moves are coming in very quickly. So e6 was played, where black just tries to reinforce their most forward central pawn. Knight to c3 makes sense, just putting pressure in towards the most central squares on the board. Knight to f6. sees black basically trying to influence the same squares that white's knight did on the previous move. Here, Anna plays c takes d5, which is a very, very popular move. But I'm not super convinced it's the best. I actually had a discussion with Mr. Carlson on this half a year ago. And we thought it's very interesting how people are so inclined to make this trade in the center because it allows black a much easier time to get their light squared bishop out. That being said, it is the main way of playing here. And clearly something Anna is familiar with because the moves are coming in so quickly. Bishop to g5 sees the bishop targeting the knight, and the knight cannot move because of the pressure towards the queen. And note that both the queen and the knight are protecting the d5 square. So even though the bishop is targeting over on the king side, what's really happening here is threats towards the d5 pawn. So therefore, Anna's opponent creates a pawn chain in which that most forward pawn is protected yet again. Pawn to e3, that's fine. Pawn to h6 attacks the bishop. I assume we're going to keep the bishop pointing towards the queen. Yes. Then black moves their bishop out because they want to try and neutralize the pressure white's bishop had down towards the black queen. Sensible. And now, okay, this is the kind of thing where I really should know quite a few details about how to play. I know you're supposed to go either bishop to d3 or queen to c2. But I didn't actually realize there's a clear difference between these two moves. Computer is saying queen to c2 is quite a bit better than moving the bishop out first, which is not clearly obvious to me initially. Anna has gone queen to c2 in any case. Part of this, the idea behind this, is that you want to control the square f5. So you made the trade between the pawns in the center of the board early on, allowing the black bishop to potentially get into the game. But then afterwards, you're making sure that it's more difficult for the bishop to get involved even here, both the bishop and the queen controlling the f5 square, making sure that the bishop cannot go there. And if the bishop goes to, say, g4, well, then we're just going to kick it around. Anna's opponent seems well prepared. He's playing quickly. So he moves his rook to the center, pointing down towards the king. Anna hasn't castled yet, which may be a concern if we don't do it soon, with the rook pointing down in that direction. Nine moves in less than 5 minutes. I mean, that's reasonably normal, though. When you know the opening, it's not out of this world. And I wouldn't be surprised if Anna keeps playing reasonably quickly here. The big decision she's pondering right now is where to put this knight. Normally, you always want to put your knight into up and forward, because that's the only way you can control two of the most central squares with your knight in just one move. But there is a real there's a point to be made about knight to e2. Then you're only controlling one of these four most central squares. But on the other hand, you leave the option of pushing your central pawns up the board. An option you don't really have if you put the knight in front of this one. So she does go with knight to e2. A very classical way of playing this. Her opponent plays a5. I'm pretty sure we saw this opening in the Botes chess camp. Because I recall this. I'm trying to remember who was playing it, though. Is this not what Anna played herself against Jennifer? Jennifer played this with the white pieces. But I don't remember who played it against her. Okay, so this is something Anna is familiar with the black pieces as well as with white. That's always a very tricky thing when you play the same openings with the white pieces and the black pieces. Because sometimes you have a preference for either white or black, and it makes normally you would think playing the same stuff with both white and black can be advantageous because that means you know the line extra well. But on the other hand, sometimes it can mess with your head because I don't know how to explain this properly. It's like you can have a favorite move or a favorite variation, and then there's so you're supposed to know it really well, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't even know where I was going with that. Brain malfunction, something like that. I'm surprised Anna left the board though. Because it was reasonably obvious what he was going to do. And of course, playing this opening with the black pieces herself, Anna knew what he was going to do too. Because this maneuvering of the knight over here to the king side is kind of like the point of this entire thing. Hopefully, she remembers how Jennifer played this. I am confident she does because Anna kind of got schooled in that game. Not gonna lie. Although fairly, when you lose a game, I am generally of the opinion that having short term or long term, just any sort of memory loss, as far as losses are concerned, can be pretty healthy. So in general, don't try and remember all your losses, but in this case, it would be beneficial as she can execute the plan that Jennifer played against her. Anna doesn't play like this normally. She likes knight e5 and f4. Ooh, that's interesting. So maybe Anna is playing like this because that's what Jen did. And she saw how effective Jen's plan was. Almost everyone got schooled by Jennifer. Yeah, that is true. She was just better than the rest. Although it must be said, Jules was winning against Jen in the final round. And had Jules won that, Alexandra would have tied Jen on points. What time of day is it at the tournament? This is in Portugal. And it is 4:22 p.m. in Portugal right now. They are 1 hour behind Norway and Sweden and, all the proper countries of the world. and they are 5 hours ahead of the big one on the other side of the ocean. Not mentioning Denmark. A Norwegian on a Swedish stream not wanting to highlight Denmark as a proper country. I wonder why. Is Anna winning games so far? Anna's been playing really well. She has 2 wins and 1 loss, but even in the game she lost, she was winning. And the game she won has been quite convincing. So it's been a really good start, but this is kind of the test. Because this is the kind of game where if she loses, her tournament becomes kind of meh so far. Like you can still recover, but if you want to have a good result, it's important to start taking some points off the higher rated opponents. And don't go in the standard tournament yo-yo where you when you play a high rated you lose and then against the lower rated you win. That's like the most boring thing you can do in a tournament. You want to try and break that streak as early as possible, and preferably not breaking it by drawing the lower rateds. Even a draw would be good. A draw would be fine. A well fought draw would be fine. A draw where she had good chances but stumbles in time trouble, like that's okay. A win would be very nice. And the way she's played so far, I genuinely believe that she's capable of winning this one. But I have no idea why she's thinking right now. This move knight to a6, even though the plan for black is to move the knight over to the king side, there is a very important threat right now. So if Anna just plays f3, trying to push her pawns forward in the center, her opponent will go knight to b4, attack the queen, and attack the bishop. And after the bishop gets captured, black is very happy to have the bishop pair, and they could also try to activate their bishop to put pressure down towards white's center. And also, this would force Anna to move her queen like 4 times in the first 16 moves. So she needs to prevent the knight from coming up here and capturing the bishop. She needs to go a3. And I don't know why she's thinking about it. Because she placed this herself. She's raising her hand, and I'm not sure that hand was moving to go this a3 move. Okay, I'm slightly concerned right now. She's looking to the middle. Yeah, that's my impression as well, which is not a great sign. A3 to take control of the square the knight is trying to use is pretty automatic here. And since she placed this opening, okay, she played a3. I may have misinterpreted the hand movements. He's gonna play very quickly now in return though, because this is like the classic move, and he's gonna keep moving his knight over on this side. Man, maybe I'm getting what Pia has. An internet virus? Yeah, must be. Okay, knight to c7. The question now is how is Anna gonna, because she's familiar with, sometimes you overthink because you're so familiar with the plans from the black side. Sometimes you can overestimate black's chances because you played that opening yourself. Computer's suggesting some very strange things. Computer's suggesting h3, king h1, and bishop g3. None of that really makes sense to me. I want to see rook d1 or f3. Although you do always have to be careful that if you play f3, you got to make sure that there's no knight to g4, where black both attacks your bishop and attacks your pawn in the center. Because there's some tricks here. If you take the knight, then black can capture the bishop. However, here it's fine because when the bishop takes the black bishop, it also attacks the queen. And that means if the knight tried to be tricky to capture and attack the white queen in return, it doesn't really matter because we had the attack on the queen to begin with. And this is just very good. An extra knight for white. Ooh, but this is interesting. Actually, this might be something Anna is familiar with herself. So if she plays f3, the classic idea here is that when white tries to push the pawns forward in the center, black should immediately respond with pawn to c5. And the idea is that now, if the trade happens, black gets one of these isolated pawns, a pawn that cannot be protected by other pawns in the center of the board. But at the same time, you argue that that's completely fine here because black gets that easy pressure against the e3 pawn now that that pawn lost its protector that moved forward. So if Anna first goes rook to d1, allowing the knight to continue its journey, and then plays f3, an argument can be made that now if c5, the knight has less protection of the d5 pawn. So now, and also the knight is blocking the path for the rook, which in turn means that this advance now is mistimed. And computer agrees because computer says that now after takes and bishop takes, getting that pressure, here white has a sweet move. Oh, I thought the sweet move was going to be knight takes d5. But apparently that's not good because then black can sacrifice their queen. Oh, this is crazy. I'm just gonna, yeah, don't, no one's understanding this, but I'm just gonna showcase that apparently you can sacrifice your queen and you're attacking so many things at the same time that, that you come out on top here. Okay, never mind. But the move here is bishop takes knight. So you remove the knight that's defending the pawn in the center. And then after bishop takes pawn, because then you get to take the pawn and give a check on the king, then you can take the bishop. But the problem is that afterwards the knight comes in, attacks the queen, attacks the bishop, and black gets quite a bit of trouble because of this. Because when the queen tries to protect the bishop, you kick the queen. And now the only way for the queen to prevent the knight taking the bishop, next move, is to take the knight. But then the bishop comes in, check on the king, opening up an attack from the rook. like this opening we've had today, it's considered one of the most like strategic classic ways of playing. The Queen's Gambit declined. But what we're learning here is that already there's quite a few capture sequences that you need to figure out. So even though it appears like a solid opening on the surface, there's quite a bit of intrigue underneath. I thought f3 e4 was relatively modern. I can tell you're born in the 80s or earlier, Chris. Yeah, no, f3 and e4 was all the rage in the 80s and 90s, I think. And there was a time when the 80s and 90s were modern, but times have escaped us. So in summation, I like this move rook to d1. And note also how placing the rook on this d1 square was very important in the variation we just analyzed. In general, it's recommended to try and put your rooks in files where there are no pawns blocking the rook's influence on the board. So the normal thing to do would be, oh, you want to put your rook on c1 because there it can point down and there's no white pawns standing in its way. But if we take that and make it a little bit more advanced, if we're saying that black is going to play the move c5 in response to f3 for strategic reasons to prevent white from continuing their advance through the center, well, then you can say that I'm expecting my pawn on d4 to be traded off in the future, maybe even the near future. And you then have a solid argument for why rook to d1 is the right thing to do. Also, rook to d1, if Anna is allowed to just execute her plans the way she wants to, something like this, I feel like, would be a classic way of playing. Then, as you push your pawn forward in the center, if a trade happens, it will be useful to have this rook behind the pawn to help defend it. Because as you advance your pawns forward, these pawns are very nice, but they lack some support from other pawns behind. Technically, they're not what we call isolated pawns because they do have a pawn adjacent, but since they're standing next to each other, they cannot defend each other if they're next to each other. And then if one of them moves forward, well, that's just not advisable because if you have both your pawns on the dark squares, that means the light squares are poorly defended. And if you have both your pawns on the light squares, well, then your opponent has good control of the dark squares. So this kind of pawn formation is referred to as hanging pawns. You basically, because you want to control both the dark squares and the light squares at the same time, you don't want to advance those further. You just want them to sit there and control in towards the opponent's territory. And that's why you need your pieces to help defend such great pawns in the center. Okay, f3 played by Anna. So she's trying to make this advance in the center, but her timing may be a little bit off because since she didn't wait until this black knight started moving further in towards the center, black now has the option of playing c5 at an instance where the knight is offering sufficient protection to the central pawn. And in addition, if that one is captured, black will get easy attack against the e3 pawn, which would not be the case if the knight had already moved in, because then the knight would be blocking the rook. And Legov, he plays c5 very quickly, which is a very bad sign, partly because it tells us that he is familiar with the strategic elements of this opening and the timing of the c5 move in response to f3. But mostly the problem is that Anna does quite a bit better against slow players than she does against fast ones. And well, she's been saying she's very proud of the pace she's been playing at because she's always been up on time in her games thus far. But part of the reason she's always been up on time is that her opponents have been extraordinarily slow. So this game could be the true test of her pace right now. Why is bishop to f6 not a great move? Good question. So right now, the black bishop is protecting both the pawn on c5 and the knight on f6. If the pawn is captured, the queen will take over the defense of the knight. So that is not a huge issue in itself. That being said, what if, and that is the argument that's coming in here from chat, why not first take the knight, lure the bishop to a different square, and then the black pawn is unprotected? And the reason behind it is the same reasoning for why the timing of the c5 move from black was so good to begin with. Black didn't want to make this advance and create the pressure in the center before white had pushed their pawn up, and in doing so given up the protection of the pawn on e3. Because here the rook can come in, capture the pawn, and black will also have a very strong bishop that is unopposed on the dark squares. So I'm curious what Anna is going to do here. I think she could potentially already be in some trouble, as in that she has to play very accurately here. Because the most sensible move to me is bishop to f2. This is a classic move where you just try to defend the weakness you created in your own position. However, the problem of this move is that it allows black to continue forward, pressure the bishop, and when the bishop moves, black gets to play b5 as well. Again, showcasing why the knight is so well placed here on c7. Not only is it offering protection to the d5 pawn, it's also making sure that black can start a really tricky advance of the pawns on the queen side, and thereby taking over the initiative in the game. So I'm actually going to go as far as to say f3, while it is the classic move to play in this position, it was actually a mistake in the timing Anna had. Because she should not have been doing that while the black knight was on c7. That is just, the c7 square was a very, very useful one for the knight. in protecting the d5 pawn, but we also now saw how it can protect a b5 pawn advance. Would a long castle not have been a good option instead of short castle? Not really. If you castle to the queen side, you only have 2 pawns nearby to defend the king. And black has already started their advance of the pawns trying to attack down towards the king. I think castling queenside here would be potentially a significant mistake. Yeah, computer doesn't like it. So in general, you want a castle where you have the most pawns. And of course, there are exceptions to that rule, as there is exceptions to everything. But the castling was not the issue. And the f3 plan was not the issue either. This is the right way of how you're supposed to play this position as white. You just need to be accurate in which in the order you execute your plan. So if she had gone rook d1 and then f3, things would have been peachy. Because then pawn to c5 would have some very clear disadvantages, with white immediately getting some pressure against the d5 pawn. Yeah, c4 is very scary. She actually, this c4 move is so effective that Anna actually needs to prevent it. And there's 2 ways for her to do that. Either she captures the pawn on c5. The problem with that is kind of obvious in that it allows black to get that extreme pressure against the e3 pawn. Computer is saying this is fine for white because of the move knight to d1. But knight to d1 is super ugly. Like moving the knight back just to defend a pawn. But then again, it's better to defend the pawn than not do it. And the idea here is that if black captures, then black loses the bishop that's on the dark squares, which... Oh, wow. So it actually is a pawn sacrifice for her, but the computer really likes this because white gets really good squares for their pieces and good control of the dark squares, with the knight jumping up to the d4 square later on. Yeah, no, that is not obvious at all. So I think taking here is just... Taking here guarantees that black wins a pawn. And even if the computer thinks that you can sacrifice that pawn and kind of, you know, justify it that way, that feels wrong. And that leaves the only other option for her to prevent the pawn from advancing even further forward, and that is the move b3. But this move is not normal in any position similar to this. It's born out of some desperation for preventing the opponent from seizing the initiative and starting a queenside pawn storm. But this is the move she has to make now due to her mistake with the f3 move. $25 down so far. Yeah. It hasn't been a great start to the game, if I'm honest. He has showcased that he is aware of her weaknesses, or even if he's not aware of her weaknesses, he's playing perfectly to exploit them. And Anna already made an inaccurate move and is under some pressure. And being under pressure and being down 30 minutes on the clock, not really the start we were hoping to see. Do you think she has realized what you said about the timing of F3? Yeah, I think it's pretty apparent to her. Maybe she's not, fully understanding the details, but I think she realizes that black playing c5 was a very annoying move. And maybe how it relates to the f3 move. But like f3 is the move Jennifer played against Anna in order to win that game pretty convincingly. So I guess she's feeling kind of unfairly treated about how when she plays this move, it doesn't work out, and when Jennifer did, it did work out. But right now, it's better to focus on the position at hand rather than going back in your mind and trying to figure out what was it that this Ronan dude did that she did not do against Jen. Because that's a very typical thing to do after you've made a mistake, is that you let your thoughts focus on what was it I did wrong here, rather than focusing on how am I gonna fix the issues I'm facing. That's a good book, Kevin. Anything by Matthew Sadler, I would recommend. He's great. Anna also never pushed c5 in that game. Yeah, but I don't think she had the option to. Because I suspect Jennifer did. Let me find that game. Jennifer, you, Anna Gamling. Okay, I'm used to whenever you Google player names, the game just pops up. I may have to do some more advanced searching. Anyone in chat have the link to the game? Before I even ask, there's already a link there. Okay, so what Jennifer did, was the position identical? Okay, so Anna had, oh, this is interesting. Anna had her bishop on d6 instead of e7. So she played like this. But it's still very similar to what we saw. Yeah, and then Jennifer did this weird bishop back, queen up, which I thought wasn't super impressive, but it worked very well in the game. And then now after g6, then f3 was played. But something I maybe didn't give Jen credit for at the time is that the queen here, I thought it was weirdly placed, but the queen here is actually defending the pawn on e3. So I've been saying whenever white plays f3, you're supposed to go c5. And in Anna's game that she played previously, but with the black pieces, she had this kind of option to go c5 after f3, but here it wouldn't be that effective because after takes, yeah, the bishop is pointing here, but the rook is not in position to make that same pressure. Plus, the queen is actually right there to keep things defended. And here white can go knight to d4 and then castle. And, you know, the rook's pressure is outweighed by the queen offering the defense. And the bishop pressure is stopped by the knight. And in general, if you can achieve this to get your knight on the d4 square, this can be very favorable for white. However, if we go back to the current position in the game, the reason Anna is unable to get the knight to the d4 square is that if she goes there right now, because the rook is already in the center and because the queen is not offering protection to the pawn, I mean, you can go here, but you lose a pawn. So that's kind of, you know, not great. So yeah, basically it's a very similar position to the one Anna had with the black pieces against Jen just a couple of weeks ago. But the difference is the placement of the queen and bishop. Jen had her queen where the bishop is and the bishop where the queen is. And that makes such a crucial difference in the queen offering protection to the e3 pawn, which made this c5 idea impossible. Uh, yeah, I'm slightly concerned. Gotta move now? Well, the thing is, if you just make a move and it's the wrong move, then you have a bad position and you're low on time. So being low on time, it's better to be very low on time and have a nice position than being low on time and having a poor position. So you kind of, there's a reason why you have to invest a bit of time when there's the critical situations. And this is one of those critical circumstances. That being said, the 7 minutes she spent on the a3 move, that was a complete waste. That will get me, you know, my my index finger out. That was unnecessary because that was absolutely obvious. But then spending 9 minutes on f3, that was justifiable. If anything, you could argue she should have spent more time because she should have realized that you need to get the rook in before creating that weakness on the e3 square, trying to get the knight to continue its journey. So spending time on f3 is fine. And now spending time here, I think, is also fine because now you're actually in trouble unless you find this b3 move. So every move is not created equal. There are points where you need to spend time, and then there's points where you're spending unnecessary time. This is not one of the unnecessary moments. Although I would have preferred if she didn't get into this situation, if maybe she had spent more time on the previous move. No way she plays b3. Yeah, I'm not feeling super confident about it either. Because b3 is not a normal move in this position. But it makes perfect sense once you realize how problematic the c4 move is. If black is allowed to just push their pawns up the board, you know, it makes sense that that's something you don't want to have happen. So if you realize the danger, I do think you can find b3. And then, worth mentioning, if then pawn takes in the center, you get precisely what you want. Here, the bishop and rook both pointing towards the e3 pawn, but here you have time to move the queen over and keep everything protected. And that's the difference. You need that little bit of time to keep your center safe. Otherwise, capturing this pawn right now would be a great move. The only reason black can allow themselves to get into this pawn structure with the isolated pawn in the center is because they get, well, they're winning the pawn on e3, no matter what you do. What happens if the opponent goes b5 after Anna goes b3? Well, that's why the move c4 is so important. Because after b3, if b5 here, then Anna has both her bishop and her knight controlling that b5 square, so she can just capture it. But if she plays, a normal move like rook to d1, then c4, part of the point here is to chase the bishop away from the control of the b5 square, force the bishop to go in the other direction, and then you have these guys making their way up and, making quite a few threats on the way. Spending 15 minutes on a move, you play a bad move. Am I right or am I right? I mean, when you spend 15 minutes on a move, you're more likely to play a bad move. But it's not because you're bad at thinking, it's because the fact that you're thinking to begin with means that you're struggling to find a good plan. And if you're struggling to find a good plan, if you're struggling to find a good move, then obviously you're more likely to play a bad one. Anna entered into analysis paralysis. Is that a common term to use on this channel? Is e4 a good move? The problem with e4, and that's part of the reason why black played c5 to begin with. So f3, the intention behind this move was to go pawn to e4 afterwards. So if black does something like pawn to b6, then pawn to e4 is well, normally excellent for white. Apparently here the computer is seeing something it's unhappy with. But that's the plan. The reason black went c5 to begin with is that you're trying to put the pressure in towards the center so that white cannot execute their plan. The fact that black is threatening c4 is not really the main point of the move itself. The main point of the move is to prevent pawn to e4, because then you have the pressure in the center allowing you to capture, and then after the recapture, the pawn is attacking the bishop, the queen is attacking the knight. You need some more safety there, which is also why rook to d1 was a good move previously, because you need that protection towards these pieces in the center, because you're predicting that the center will open up in the near future, because that's kind of what your plans revolve around. It looks like she's about to move. But yeah, I don't really see this b3 move happening. Pawn takes pawn is actually the best move according to the computer. but it's a difficult one to make because it involves a strategic pawn sacrifice. Does it make sense to play bishop g3 and whip the knight off on c7, the knight that's holding everything together? Yes, actually, bishop to g3 is also a good move. The reason I didn't mention it is because I thought it's it doesn't make sense to a human mind. But this is good. And the reason it's good is that now if black tries to execute their plan with pawn to c4 and then pawn to b5, well, then we can take out the knight. And when the knight is off the board, we can then take the pawn and it's fine. Okay. Bishop to b5. Good grief. At first, I was like, oh, that makes sense. If you can move the bishop out of harm's way, why didn't I think of that? And then I'm seeing this knight here. He's disrespecting the bishops while I'm doing commentary. That is not great. Was it that bad? Computer says it's like, it's not great, but it's not terrible. But to me, it's like giving away a bishop for a knight for no proper reason. It irks me. It's not the chess instinct I want to see. And frankly, the fact that she moved the bishop showcases that she understood that pawn to c4 was quite a serious thing in this situation. Which kind of makes me think she must have been so close to finding the b3 move. In any case. Wouldn't it have been better with a knight there? Well, moving the knight there wouldn't have solved the essence of the problem, which was her problem was what to do if the pawn pushes forward and attacks the bishop. So she needed to move the bishop because the bishop was the one that was about to be under attack. And here, the bishop is attacked and the knight is attacked at the same time. And so you can try and take the knight and hope for a trade, but then black takes the bishop instead. And now the queen, the knight, and the knight is under attack. And if the queen captures the pawn, well, then the queen no longer defends the knight. So she realized that the bishop was in trouble. She realized that c4 was a big threat. And she did, she did play a move that prevents the immediate danger. So like, my reaction to this move is more based on my instinct of do not give bishops away for knights just like that, more than it being a really bad move in itself. Because the benefit for Anna right now is that after takes, and I guess he's going to go b6 to keep this one defended and potentially get the bishop out. After something like this, Anna is preventing black from making that pawn advance on the queen side because she can play something like knight to c3. And if the bishop comes out to try and put pressure on the knight, she can go pawn to a4. So this is the kind of position that we're going to get right now. And she's going to put that knight on a square where there are no black pawns that can chase it away. So nothing bad is going to happen in the next 5, maybe even the next 10 moves. But the reason the computer still has gone over to favoring black is because in the long run, black having the 2 bishops should be favorable for them. Although in one of the computer's top lines, they are actually advocating capturing this knight, which makes no sense to me. So this is not as bad as I'm making it out to be, essentially. Because she's gonna get a piece on the b5 square, and because both of these pawns have advanced past their ability to control that square. Where's my red? There. Because they've passed their ability to control the b5 square, Anna is going to be able to put down some kind of blockade there. He was kind of surprised about that move. Yeah. It feels wrong, because that was also my first instinct, right? Giving away a bishop like that, it feels wrong. Anna will fork rooks from c8. I mean, I say a lot of optimistic stuff once in a while, because I feel like I'm too glum at times. But even I have not had the dose of copium to think that that's ever going to happen. That seems like a significant dreamy scenario. He's very expressive. You can almost read his mind. Yeah, the problem is if you can read your opponent's mind in chess, they're not necessarily seeing the moves that are good for you. So being able to read your opponent's mind wouldn't automatically make you win. At least she got him out of prep. I don't think he was in prep already. I think he just knew that you were supposed to go c5 if white goes f3. Well, I guess that's kind of the same as being in prep. We got him thinking. That's a decent start. This tournament is in Portugal, Robert. Is it worth making something other than the best move so that the opponent has to recalculate? That's a decent question, but only for positions where you have a lot of reasonably similar ideas, or not similar ideas, but similar evaluations for your moves. Like actively playing a bad move, probably not a great idea. But if you have 5 moves of approximately equal value, going for the one you think is the least likely that your opponent has been thinking about could be a clever strategy. But it's probably better when your opponent is already very low on time. Elston and Niemann will play again September 6th in Paris. Will it happen? Yes, it's gonna happen. Magnus is playing. What have you been up to lately? What's your full-time job? I am a full-time chess commentator. So this is my full-time job. Some of us, just got it. According to the computer, the best move for him is to take the bishop. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't done that already. Because, like, computers saying bishop to d7 is fine, but it's like the only way to punish your opponent for giving away bishops needlessly is to capture said bishops. Maybe the opponent is super slow when he's not in prep. Ooh, that could be a thing though. Like he's played very quickly, but once he starts thinking, he starts thinking. The capital T. Is the bishop really worth 3 1/3? Um, so the thing is, anytime we try to give the pieces numerical values, it's always just a guideline. Different positions will have different situations. We try and create something general to say about things to help people understand. But at the end of the day, it's yeah, it's just an approximation. It really depends on how the pieces work together, and pawn structures and these kind of things. But in the sphere where we believe a knight is worth 3, a bishop is worth 3, and a rook is worth 5, I will say that in general, bishops are worth more than knights, which is why some people will say the bishop is worth 3 1/3. It's a way of trying to emphasize that the bishop is generally, on average, better than a knight. And what you will often notice is that whenever there's a trade, a bishop for a knight, it usually happens because there's a weakening of the pawn structure. It's quite rare what Anna has done here to give away the bishop for a knight where the opponent doesn't get a problematic pawn structure in return. Normally, a bishop for a knight trade is done because you want to give your opponent doubled pawns, backward pawns, isolated pawns. One of the pawn terminologies that is a that it is something you would prefer not to have? Knights are lifesavers at low level. Yeah, and that's also a debate, right? Depending on your level, could a knight be better at low level than high level? Do you have to be at a certain level to really appreciate the value of the bishops? Does that mean that when you're weaker, you should try and get the knights, and then as you become stronger, then you have to shift all your knowledge and reinvent yourself to appreciate bishops more? Or have you then been broken because you're so used to appreciating the knights that you can't really get to that higher level because that requires an appreciation for the bishops that you just don't have? Also, this is a normal thing, which I think even Hikaru Nakamura has said. The knights are often quite valuable, even at high level, in blitz. Like, the shorter the time control, the higher value the knight has because the knight is more unpredictable in its movement. So, are there grandmasters out there who actively think about this and play openings and in a style that gets you knights over bishops in blitz, but then has a different approach when they play classical chess? The bishop versus knight trade is one of the most interesting ones in chess, precisely because they are the only pieces that have different attributes but are of approximately equal value. And that means understanding when to trade those pieces is like a massive key to success. Because if you understand where the knight is good and where the bishop is good, and where to go for the trade and where to not go for the trade, it means that often your opponent will allow these kind of trades because they're supposed to be of equal value. And so if you can then appreciate which one is better when, uh, that's uh, that's quite a trick. In fact, when I play against lower rated opponents, I often go for positions where I trade a bishop for a knight and create weaknesses in my opponent's pawn structure because that creates an imbalance where the better player is more likely to win. Or at least that's the theory. This guy drew Juan in the first round. Really? I thought you said Juan drew someone bad. This guy is decent, no? Ah, so it was not the first round. I do not understand what this guy is calculating. I think it's fair to say that considering the time situation before this move was made, it's quite uplifting for Anna's chances that he's spending this much time on a reasonably obvious move. And clearly he is concerned about allowing Anna to have this placement for her knight in a position where there are no black pawns that can chase it away. In general, the more he's thinking, the more unsure he is about the value of his own position, and the more confident we can feel on his behalf. Not to mention, the more confident she can be about her own situation. Because, right, having spent 40 minutes for the first couple of moves, having to give away a bishop early on, she's not feeling great. But she's feeling better now that he actually spends 20 minutes on the response. The more he's thinking, the less likely he will play knight to b5. I agree with that, Blue, but at the same time, I still think it's more likely he will play it and then not play it. So imagine that the likelihood of him playing knight takes b5, it was like 98% when he saw the move on the board. And then for every minute he's thinking, the chance decreases by, 1.5%. And if he's now been thinking for 20 minutes, he's still 75% likely or 70% likely to take the bishop. But I agree with your logic. What could he play? So I was thinking he would take and then go pawn to b6. But frankly, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I feel like I don't hate this for Anna. Because here the computer was saying, like, it was very strange, but the computer is saying takes. And then the computer's genuinely recommending bishop takes knight here, which just makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, I'm baffled the computer would say such a thing. Okay, now it changed its mind to bishop to b4. But still, just the idea that bishop takes knight is even a consideration, it says something about how this bishop isn't actually doing that much. Because right now it's being blocked by the knight. If it moves back, it's being blocked by the pawn. And if it moves even further back, well, that's not doing anything. And if it moves up to the center, once again, it's being blocked by the central pawn. So this bishop is actually not great because the one central pawn we know black is going to have for some time is the pawn on d5. And this one cannot move forward, so it's going to be stuck on the light squares. And when you have central pawn on the light squares, it means that your light squared bishop is usually not as good as it otherwise would be. Okay, we got to move. He takes the bishop. And Anna very quickly recaptures. So that's another thing. After the capture, at least she got to play a quick move, right? That's nice. That's good. And then I'm guessing she's gonna go knight to c3 here, basically no matter what, because she just wants to reinforce the knight. Is he Roman or Ronan? He's Ronan. Okay, he doesn't go pawn to b6. Instead, he goes bishop to d7. That was the computer's favorite move, actually. Computer wants knight to retreat, but that's a bit weird, I think. It might be the best move. I mean, if the computer says it's best, it probably is. But I think she's going to go with the other knight and just reinforce her the square that she's trying to establish herself on. I'm curious, after this move, he could very well want to play the move a4. And the reasoning is that he wants to prevent white from playing a4 herself so that she can offer even more protection to the knight. Ooh, but here, after pawn takes on c5, if black recaptures, then white can trade the bishop for the knight. And then as the queen recaptures, the queen leaves the protection of the c8 square, actually allowing the knight to come in and fork the rook, the rooks. So I said the fork is never going to happen. But here we have a situation where it actually might. But even so, this position, the computer evaluates as approximately equal. Because the black bishops are pretty powerful, and black also can capture here. And then maybe advance their pawn in the center. So black has this bishop and the pawn, and the support of the second bishop is quite significant in response to the even if you do lose one of your rooks. Because frankly, how are the white rooks going to get involved here, right? So knight to e4 is a mistake, but it's a good way of illustrating the problems here. In such a position, even though white has a rook for a pawn and a bishop, this open file for the rook is blocked by the pawn. This open file is blocked by the bishop, and you cannot put your rook on the c1 square because there black is controlling with that same piece. So here black is winning despite seemingly being down on material because the white rooks are just unable to get into the game. And the black bishops are super good in conjunction with the pawn trying to become a new queen. Why does he keep leaving when he plays? That is more normal than not leaving, in my opinion. So especially now that he had a 25-minute think, that will fry your brain a little. So you wanna take a walk, get some water, maybe go to the bathroom, that kind of thing. Simply to relax and recharge and give your head a rest after the long think you had. What about pawn to a4? So pawn to a4 makes sense in that you may want to make this move before black prevents it. But the issue I have with this is that after bishop takes, we get the doubled pawns. And these pawns can be targeted by black's pieces. So it just our whole point for this giving away the bishop thing was that we would have a strong piece on a square where black cannot chase us away. So it would feel a shame to suddenly not have that piece there after all. Which is why I think it makes more sense having the knight come forward to do that task. Also, Anna sat at the board for the duration of his very long think. And like, this must have been one of the things she was calculating. So that might be why she's planning to play reasonably quickly now. because she already spent some time while he was thinking to figure out what to do. If your opponent doesn't see you touch a piece while you're away, is it legal to move a different piece? What do you think? Using your deduction of logic and reasoning, what do you think? Does a tree falling in the forest make a sound? Is it stealing if the store doesn't notice? The intent of the rule could be to avoid fooling the opponent by touching another piece. If the opponent is not there, there's no fooling to be done. Wow. Rare chatter actually making some sense. Yeah, no, if that was the thing, then yes, that makes sense. But the rule is more about before. The rule has more to do with I don't know. The whole touch move has been kind of ruined because basically tournament arbiters are so bad at their job that the World Chess Federation doesn't trust them for a second to make judgment calls. And the rule used to be that if you touched a piece with the intention of moving it, you have to move it. But it was changed to that if you touch a piece, you have to move it, regardless of intention, because the silly arbiters cannot be trusted to make a judgment call on whether it was intentional or not, which is what created the Magnus situation from the World Championship someone referred to. Because Magnus, he didn't say Jadub, which is like, I'm correcting the placement of your piece. He didn't say Jadub when Nepomniachtchi was not at the board. And then, according to these new stupid rules, he technically should have had to move and or capture that piece. Because it doesn't matter what your intention is anymore. But at the highest level, there's a certain, yeah. Nepomniachtchi would be ostracized if he tried to claim that Magnus had to say Shadub even when he wasn't at the board. When he was clearly just doing it to, like, one thing would be if Magnus touched it to move and then changed his mind. That's not okay. But just correcting the piece's placement on the square is, yeah, is fine. There's some professional courtesy that extends beyond the random rule changes. That being said, Magnus really should pay some attention to what the current rules are. Because even though Nepomniachtchi would never claim such a thing, if he faces, like, some kind of 2400 in the World Blitz Championship, then it does actually matter. Even if the rule change is terrible, it does matter what the rules actually are. And someone who doesn't compete at the highest level and who may only play Magnus that one time in their entire life, they might see fit to to not follow the unwritten rules, partly because, a lot of the unwritten rules people don't know about unless you're on the professional circuit. Hans Niemann would abuse that rule 100%? No. There's absolutely no way Hans would do that. Because he is part of the people for whom those unwritten rules apply. Although I guess you could say he's already been ostracized enough that he doesn't care, but I don't know. I like to think he's not that far off the. I don't think he would do that, no. I think you're wrong. There's something unwritten rules in professions and like professional courtesy and that kind of thing. It doesn't necessarily make sense to those who are not in the community, but for those who are, it's like there are certain things you just don't do and it doesn't occur to you. That's why Magnus reacted so harshly to the questions he was asked about the touch move thing during the World Championship, because in his mind, it's completely unthinkable that someone demands he move a piece when he didn't have intention to move it, especially with that added thing where you feel silly saying Shadoob when your opponent is not present. Are you supposed to say Shadoob in every circumstance when you're clearly adjusting the piece, not trying to move it? Okay. In any case, Anna played A4. It's not a good move. And she's now in very serious trouble. So this is part of the reason why it's bad giving away bishops for knights. Because now her opponent gets the option of giving back said bishop for a knight. But in doing so, he makes sure that Anna can no longer have a knight on an outpost, which is one of these squares where the black pawns could not chase the knight away. And in addition, she now ends up with isolated doubled pawns, which is not great. And in general, it's much easier for a bishop to trade with a knight than for a knight to trade with a bishop. And the reasoning for that is that bishops will often have these diagonals where they are well placed, even if the knight moves away. While anytime a knight attacks a bishop, the bishop will usually just move away. So because bishops are more long range pieces, they are generally more able to trade for knights than the other way around. Now that I'm saying it, I'm not sure it makes sense, but that's like a wisdom. And now I'm wondering whether that's true or whether it's just that people don't move knights away because they would encourage the opponent to trade bishop for knight because the bishop is more valuable in general. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why, but that's not what I was taught. I was taught that because the bishops are more long range, they are better able to trade for knights when the opportunity seems favorable, and that's what I'm trying to get at. That one of the benefits of capturing your opponent's bishops is that you will then later on normally have the option of trading the bishop back, but then you get to choose the timing and try and make that trade in an optimal timing to achieve other strategic advantages. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. I need to take a little break. Not a big fan of this a4 move. Unhappy that we're no longer going to get to have a knight on the b5 square. I was kind of fond of having that knight there. I felt like it was the only way we could justify giving away our bishop. But now after a4, I would be very happy if he didn't capture the knight, because then we can go back to that whole idea of reinforcing it. But if he does capture the knight, I am concerned that we have weak pawns. The queen can come here, target the pawn, pressure in through the center. It just doesn't feel great. We would have to go queen here to protect. Maybe this could be okay. Rook in? No, because then this guy is under attack. Maybe this could be okay. Because anytime you want to make the trade, something like this, you can always come back and defend. And then you have a well-placed knight in the center of the board. Okay, I'm not a fan of a4, but it might not be as bad as the computer makes it out to be. And we're very, very happy with the fact that Ronan is spending a lot more time now than he was for the first 14, 13 moves. So the time situation is starting to equalize, which is a big improvement. I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back afterwards. And I'm back. And he's still thinking. Someone pointed out that maybe he just plays his opening quickly, and that doesn't necessarily tell us whether he's a quick or a slow player. And boy, was that right. At this point, we can very confidently say that Ronan Legoff is a slow player. Over the course of the last 2 moves, about to be 3, he has spent soon 40 minutes. And that is quite a lot. But we can't really make fun of it because that is also how much time Anna spent on 4 moves. Move 12 to 14. And then Ronan moved 14 to 16. Is it common to have players who can be quick in some games and then very slow in others? I don't think it's common, no. But I do think, for instance, I'm generally very, very slow. But then there are certain games I can play really quickly if I'm comfortable about the opening and don't have to think a lot about strategic decisions coming out of the opening because I'm familiar with it or something, or if I feel like the plan moving forward is kind of obvious, which is similar to being familiar. Is speed just confidence? It's definitely not just confidence. It's about how many things you need to see and how much double checking you need to do before you're comfortable making your decision. That does sound kind of like confidence now that I'm saying it out loud. The double checking part is confidence. But some of it is just being comfortable knowing less before making a decision. For instance, Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday, he's playing a tournament in St. Louis, the Sinkfield Cup. Yesterday, he lost with white in 15 moves. He's famous for playing incredibly quickly. But he lost the game because he played quickly and made a huge mistake because he wasn't taking proper care of what the situation required and what options his opponent had. So pace doesn't necessarily only have to do about confidence, it also has to do with your willingness to go into the unknown without fully understanding the circumstances. And that doesn't necessarily need to be a good thing. That's where I was trying to go with this. That just because you play quickly doesn't mean it's a good thing. And confidence implies that playing quickly is all about whether you're good or not. And it's not. It's way more tricky than that. Why does the computer think Anna is worse? Because her opponent is about to capture the knight, after which Anna will have what's known in the trade as double isolated pawns, which is pretty bad, not great. It basically means the pawns are difficult to defend and may be a problem in the long term. Computer says knight g4. My computer is not saying that anymore, but it did say it at some point. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. It's just craziness. It opens up between the bishops. And if the bishop captures the black bishop, instead of just recapturing when you lose your knight, the idea here is that the knight will capture on e3, attack the rook and attack the queen, allowing the white bishop to capture the black queen. And then after knight takes queen, the knight is attacking the rook is attacking the bishop, and the rook is also attacking the knight. Essentially meaning that even though white is up a bishop right now, you cannot protect against all the threats black is making, which is why knight to g4 could be a viable option. That being said, after knight to g4, Anna can just capture this knight and then capture the pawn on c5. And then she gets a great square for the knight on d4 afterwards. So it doesn't need to be a bad thing, but it's definitely a kind of a crazy move because suddenly there's a lot of things under attack. And it's very, very difficult to assess, which may explain why Ronan is taking so much time. If this is the kind of thing he's thinking about. Go Anna, says Phoebe. The community supporting each other. Let's go. Are you using the chess.com engine? Yes. I think. What if he plays b6? Well, essentially, b6 is the move I was suggesting on his behalf earlier. But right now, I feel like if Anna is allowed to reinforce her knight on b5 and create a situation where the trade between the bishop and the knight doesn't force her to recapture with a pawn, and instead she gets to put her knight on a square where it cannot be chased away by the black pawns, I think that would be pretty nice. So I think pawn to a4, I thought was a mistake because I wanted her to reinforce this knight with another knight. Because then if the trade happens, the knight is in a good placement and cannot be chased away. Whereas if you use the pawn to protect, if you then get the knight to support afterwards, you're good. But using the pawn first gives black the extra option of trading bishop for knight when there's no knight to recapture. So one of the reasons we were fine with Anna giving up her bishop pair was that she was going to get a really well-placed knight. Now she's not only not getting the placement of the knight that we were hoping, but in addition, she's getting weaknesses for her pawns. With this pawn, it's there are no adjacent white pawns to protect it, which means it's isolated, and also it's on the same file as another white pawn, which is what we call doubled pawns. And in general, this is somewhat unfortunate having doubled pawns because, well, for instance, if you're trying to get a new queen, the two pawns cannot work together. In fact, one of the pawns are blocking the other pawn. So if your opponent has a pawn that's standing in the way of your forwardmost double pawn, it means that not only is not the first one getting through, it means that the second one is being blocked by the first pawn, which is being blocked by the. So basically, yeah, isolated pawns bad, doubled pawns bad, isolated doubled pawns worse than that again. But man, he's still thinking about it. And we're 30 seconds away from Anna being up on time after she was 40 minutes down on time at some point. Incredible. Is there a situation where doubled pawns aren't that bad? Yes. So doubled pawns can be good early on in the game when it's difficult to get your rooks into play. So one feature of the doubled pawns is that if you have doubled pawns, there's necessarily at least one of the files on the board that doesn't have pawns blocking it. And those are usually very good for the rooks. So early on in the game, when the rooks struggle to get into play, doubled pawns can be good because it allows the rook to get into to play more easily. Okay, he takes. This gives Anna another quick move, though. So she now actually up on time. And he's not moving instantly afterwards. I'm kind of surprised by that. So it was completely obvious what Anna was going to do in response. And yet he did not have his follow-up ready. What nationality is Mr. Legoff? I believe he's French. And he's currently sporting the jersey of a French soccer team. So we can then probably guess what city he's from. Le Canari. I didn't know that was, but I guess that's a very typical thing to call people with yellow jerseys. There's a team in Norway with yellow jerseys that are also called Canaries. Although, to be fair, in my life, I'm not sure I've ever seen a canary bird. I can only assume they're yellow, but I wouldn't actually know. I'm genuinely shocked that he's spending time right now. When he makes the decision to trade the bishop for the knight, he really should have a follow-up ready. On the other hand, maybe he just made the same conclusion I did, that it's better to make this trade before the white knight gets in and reinforces. And so he just thought, okay, I'm gonna. Oh my god! We got to see Anna's reaction to that move. Knight to g4. looking kind of stone-faced right now. But that's gotta come as a surprise. So we do get that super tricky situation that someone in chat was talking about. So let's repeat. If bishop takes bishop, he's not going to recapture because then he loses his knight for no good reason. Instead, if bishop takes bishop, he's going to go knight takes pawn, attacks queen. Bishop takes queen, knight takes queen, and now attack on rook, attack on knight, attack on bishop. Computer says the only acceptable move is rook takes a5 because then you make a counter threat on this guy. And then rook takes here. You can't take this one because your knight is still under attack. King moves in to defend. Pawn takes pawn. Rook goes after pawn. And now computer says knight here. And knight captures pawn with the idea king cannot capture because then you lose your knight. But then on the other hand, if you just move the knight, this guy is trapped. No, it's not trapped. It can just go back where it came from. Oh, but you can go rook here to control this square so that the knight is not getting back out. But then black has g5 with the idea that now if the knight moves so that black cannot capture it, then the knight can move to the f4 square protected by the... Yeah, this just came... I mean, at least it's now clear to us why he was spending so much time. This is a very tricky situation requiring a lot of precise calculation. And the problem right now is that knight to g4 presumably came as a surprise to Anna. And even though he spent a ridiculous amount of time on this decision, Anna now has to counter it way more quickly than the time investment he put into it. Because Anna cannot afford to spend the same 30 minutes he thought about this. Because then she's going to be down to 10 minutes and then she's going to lose the game. So she needs to make her decisions somewhat quicker. And she's only got 2 good moves here. She needs to either capture the knight or capture the bishop. She needs to capture something. Because if she retreats trying to defend the pawn, then knight takes bishop, and after rook takes... Actually, this is not obvious that it's good for black, but computer is very enthusiastic on black's behalf. Okay, even this seems viable. Computer hates it, but it's not obvious why. Bishop here attacks pawn, but we can prevent that. The problem is once we prevented it, we've given black access to this e4 square, which allows black to pile on the pressure both against the knight, against the pawn, against the knight, and also against the... Yeah, so here black kind of has a very nice setup for the pieces, where you're just... The rooks are attacking here, the queen is attacking here, bishop here, rook here, and queen. It's just a lot of things to have to deal with, all at the same time. So that's why she shouldn't retreat and instead make one of the captures. The good news is that yesterday she was saying that she loves calculating. Because she's going to need that right now. This is the kind of position that requires a lot of precise calculation. But to me, it seems pretty nice. So One of my concerns was these doubled pawns, and especially how they're isolated because they have no pawns adjacent to them. One of the things I like on Anna's behalf here is that she now has the option of taking the knight, and then after bishop takes bishop, this pawn on c5 is undefended, so she can just take that, which does like three things. Number one, these pawns are now connected and they're working together, and frankly, they're both on black's half of the board. So that's pretty cool. In addition, after this pawn captured in towards the left, it means that we now have an easy time using our rook to target the black isolated pawn in the center. This is a clear weakness in black's position, and we now have an easy way of putting pressure on it. Number three, our knight is going to have a very nice placement on the d4 square, because that's a square where there are no black pawns that can chase it away. Even better would be if we could get the knight to the d5 square, which of course would be higher up on the board, but in addition, that would probably capture one of black's pawns. So computer is saying this is the best, and frankly, I don't see how she does something other than this. The only real alternative, I think, would be bishop back. The reasoning is that after bishop takes bishop, knight takes with the attack on the queen. I don't think Anna's going to do this because it just feels like there are too many threats to deal with on white's behalf. So you kind of eliminate this option because you just figure out that, yeah, no, this is too much stress to have to deal with. So I don't think she's going here, and that leaves bishop back or taking the knight. And I do think then that she will take the knight because she has the ability to capture the c5 pawn thereafter and get that easy pressure towards the central pawn. But Anna won't get into time trouble again? Wow. Well, she's definitely getting in time trouble. But the key is how bad her position is when she does. Because if she has a good position going into the time scramble, that leaves a lot more leeway to make a couple of mistakes without getting punished for it. Whereas if she's in big trouble already when the time scramble starts, she's probably not going to survive that. At least 3 more minutes of thinking. Oh no, she's going to think for at least 8. This stance over the board should be the logo for chess as a game. It is a very traditional pose. I agree. But I'm not sure it would attract tons of people to the game. We look kind of boring sitting there with our head in our hands. And like someone was saying yesterday, it always looks like you're suffering when you're playing a game. And you kind of are. Chess, your misery awaits. It would be honest, if nothing else. The problem with chess, how I see it, is that the losses hurt so much more than the wins are enjoyable. So especially for me, for whom I'm supposed to win a lot of games, if I may say so myself, Um, like when I win and I'm the favorite to win, it's like another day at the office. And when I lose, it's like the world is collapsing beneath my feet. That's not a great kind of mental entry to the game. Why do losses hurt more? Because wins don't feel that great. Because you've won so much before. I don't know. Maybe it's different for people who usually lose more than they win. I guess you guys would know more about that than me. He enjoys that joke a little too much. I enjoy just the right amount. Let's just say I enjoy it more than I do enjoy winning chess games. It's funny because it's true. That's basically my humor philosophy. Does Anna have a headache? No, she's just genuinely one of the reasons you have your head that way is that you're spending less energy in your neck holding your head up, using your hands for it instead. But part of it is also just taking away some of your peripheral vision so that you have full focus on the board ahead of you. What area of your life do you enjoy more at winning than when you win at chess? Um, Something I'm supposed to be bad at. So I really enjoy winning at Fortnite because it's so unexpected and so rare. Like physical sports, yeah, no, actually, when I play soccer, I don't. When I played with my soccer team, I didn't care what the results were. I didn't enjoy winning, but I didn't mind losing either. And that just has to do with like I like playing the game and I don't care what the result is because I'm not supposed to be good at it. So I was genuinely indifferent. Put the live position on screen, my bad. Is that an IKEA mug? Yes. I will say I give Swedes a lot of crap at times. But the one thing they got right, IKEA. So good. So this is an IKEA cup from a couple of years ago, like 10 years ago. And I also have my IKEA office chair. So good. Way better than all the gaming chairs and stuff like that. This is Jävfjälle. Recommend. Chess commentator budget furniture. What can I say? If you're going to be a chess commentator, you cannot have expensive taste. No idea how you even write that. Yeah, no, that's going back to the problems with the Swedes. Good furniture, weird language at times. They have a lot of dots. I'm pretty sure I can spell it, and my Swedish is pretty good. How do you pronounce that? Well, basically, the Swedes have decided that this A with dots is the same as the Norwegian A. And why they couldn't just use the A like Danish and Norwegian, I have no idea. So I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Jarv, Fjallet. Ah. But on the other hand, you shouldn't really be trusting your Swedish pronunciation from a Norwegian. And I can't even pronounce Norwegian words because I struggle with R's and L's. So whenever people ask me, like, how do you pronounce your name? I'm so terrified because my name has an L in it. And I'm like, I'm probably mispronouncing my own name, and it's kind of sad. Hammer has a lisp. Lisp is with an S. I don't think I have that. L's are overrated. Yeah, I don't. I don't have a lot of L's in my life. How about bishop to f2 in this position? Yeah, this is either she's going to take the knight or she's going to move the bishop back. But the computer says that if she moves the bishop back, black is winning. But it kind of makes sense to me, and it's not entirely clear how it's so bad that the computer is saying. But these are the top two choices, I think. Why not capture the bishop on e7? The problem is that it doesn't do anything against the threat of knight takes e3. So what bishop to f2 and pawn takes knight, what these two moves have in common is that it prevents this. And if bishop takes bishop, black is gonna ignore the threat on their own queen and instead capture a pawn and make a counter threat on white's queen. And then if both the queens are eliminated, even though white is up by a bishop, there's just too many of white's pieces that's currently under attack. So this I don't see happening whatsoever. We're down 20 minutes ago again. Yeah, I guess it was predictable. But for a moment there, it only lasted a minute or two. But for a moment, she was up on time. Yet another game. After having been down 40 minutes. But she needs to make a decision now. We talked about this yesterday. It's better. Games are decided between move 20 and 40. It's better to have 20 minutes for that than 10 minutes or 5 or even worse. How do you recommend getting started with chess as an adult if you're tired of online? You're tired of online chess, but you still want to play chess? That's either silly or admirable. Um, Chess can be pretty social, but it depends on whether there is a chess community where you live. And especially in Norway, but I'm guessing it's similar in other countries as well. But chess clubs have become much better at welcoming lower rated players than what they were in the past. So previously, getting into a chess club would be very, very tricky because the chess clubs were often targeted at a much higher level than your normal internet chess player had. But these days, I think that has improved quite significantly. And chess players love some new faces. What rating should I have before I go there? I mean, as long as you're interested in chess, I don't think your level really necessarily matters. But I just, when you said that you got tired of online chess, I feel like that's a bad sign. That I'm not sure whether you're tired of chess or whether you're tired of chess online. But as long as you have like 1100 on chess.com, you're gonna be able to find people you can beat. I'm pretty sure. But even if you go into a club as the worst player, uh, as long as you're good to ask people for advice or help or just not as if you're happy to not necessarily play, but just hang around and be willing to ask questions. Uh, People are usually helpful and will explain some stuff to you. Chess players never strike me as rude. I mean, chess players are weird, but not rude most of the time. Chess kids are very rude. They just don't know any better. All the chess clubs here are full of weird old men. Are you in Sweden, Natasha? Because one thing I have noticed about Sweden, I've competed there quite a bit, and the average Swedish chess player is actually super old. And I think it has to do with Sweden having like their star player, Gideon Stolberg, back in the, I don't know, like 1970s or something. And like it's genuinely noticeable in Sweden that their kind of chess fans and their chess community is on the way older side than in Norway, for instance. Nils Gandelius hasn't moved the needle. I mean, Nils is good, but he's not like world class good. And he doesn't have like national attention. I think something that could move the needle, to use your terminology, Anna. Anna is genuinely getting mainstream press in Sweden, and she could be like the actual reason that to popular chess in Sweden, and getting some younger people interested and involved. Is 2200 versus 2045 a big difference? Nah, it's not that big of a difference. Anna is expected to lose approximately 66% of the time, 66 to 70, thereabouts. But the thing is, Anna's max level, she was at one point 2170. So, like, at her best, she was at this level. Anna is frustrated? Yeah. But I think she's mostly frustrated about her own time usage. I don't think necessarily she has to be too concerned about her position as long as she takes the knight. If she does anything other than taking the knight, she's in big trouble. But I think in the end, she's going to realize I just got to take the knight and hope for the best. And frankly, the situation after taking the knight and then taking the pawn, she has a very straightforward plan of centralizing her rook. And she's going to get this knight either attacking the pawn or blockading the pawn. And like, she's definitely worse in this situation, but it's not that bad. And at least these two pawns are looking very impressive together. And the pressure against the d5 pawn. No, as long as she takes the knight, she's fine. How does the guy know not to come back? Sometimes you're just standing in the corner, making sure that your opponent hasn't moved. Very often, you will be walking around looking at how your friends are doing. And then you're kind of, after checking one game, you look at, oh, did my opponent move? No. So normally, he's not going to be there when she moves. But he is going to be there within a minute or two. Because he's kind of he's checking whether a move is being made. Also, if she starts raising her hand, looking like she's about to move, then he's going to go back to the board immediately. How well can you prepare against a specific opponent? Does it make sense to study their games? Yes. A big part of chess is studying your opponent's games before you play them. Okay, she took the knight. Good move. Best move. But she did spend 25 minutes on it. I'm hoping the next two moves she can play pretty quickly. He's going to take the bishop. That's the only way for him to regain. Make sure that he's not down on material. And then she needs to take this pawn pretty quick. And like I said, he returned to the board within a minute of her making her move. So he was definitely watching from afar. Okay, so Anna takes a knight, but she got doubled pawns as a result of that. And her pawn on e3 is now even more difficult to defend. And even though she took the knight, she did lose her bishop. I really don't understand why she's thinking now. She needs to just take this pawn quickly. You already made your decision. Now just execute the move. Okay, there she goes. She was about to lift her arm and then she went back. I think she's considering queen f5. Yeah, no, queen f5 looks interesting. Why does the computer hate queen f5? Queen e7 counterattack? Queen f5 should be okay. Pawn takes pawn is the best. But she shouldn't be spending any time here because she should have made her decision what to do here when she took the knight. Because he only had one possible response. Yeah. Would you say you know Anna's playstyle? No, I wouldn't really say that. I haven't seen enough of her games. But I know about her time management. Would you say Anna could draw you in a blitz game? Surely such an atrocity could never happen. Unless somehow we manage to ignore the clocks against chess rules. Is this T decaf? No, definitely not. If she takes c5, can't he just take e3? Well, the thing is, this pawn, there's no way we're going to save this pawn in the long term anyway. So we might as well capture a pawn of our own, which not only captures a pawn, but it also means that these two guys are now working together instead of having this one all on its own. And in addition, after this pawn capture, we also open up that the rook can attack the black pawn in the center of the board. So there's like 3 good reasons that we're gonna wanna take that pawn right now. And we don't want to take with the queen, partly because, well, then this guy is still on its own. And partly also because then it's going to be very easy for black to activate their rook by attacking our queen. Although, maybe we can then capture this guy. What's happening here? Computer feels like this is okay for white. I don't know. Pawn takes makes more sense to me. But regardless, like pawn takes here, queen takes, like it's all okay. It's not a move. It's not moves that's gonna lose the game instantly. What will lose you the game is having 10 minutes left for 22 moves. At some point, you just gotta make a decision and stick with it. She's not doing what she promised us she would do. She said she had realized that chess games are decided between move 20 and 40, and that she would save a bit of time to have some extra thinking possibilities in that critical phase. And now she's not taking her own advice. We got used to watching to such promises. But like, why are you letting her get away with false promises then? When she says stuff like that, why is spam not spamming? Well, you said that 5 times in the last month, and it didn't happen. You said it last year and the year before that. She excels with no time. Yeah, no, she survives sometimes with a low time. But on average, she's human like anyone else. If you don't have time to think, you're going to play worse moves. That's just logic. She now spent 7 minutes. Okay, she ends up taking with a pawn. I mean, good decision, but like way too slow. You gotta be making quicker decisions. It gets way more exciting to watch if she's in time trouble. But if that's the case, why are we playing classical chess? Just play blitz tournaments, and she'll be in time trouble. And the thing about classical is that it feels more boring at times, but the time investment it takes to play a classical game, it makes them feel so much more high stakes. So classical is that there's well, I guess there's a logic to it that because it's so time consuming, it automatically becomes higher stakes because you spend so much of your life for that one game. Then you got to perform. I always use maximum 30 minutes of my time in classical. It's been going well. Okay, let's go, dude. Because playing quickly in classical, it can be super intimidating for the opponents. It's definitely a strat. Okay, he captures the pawn in the center. Computer actually thought that was not the best move. Computer wanted him to maneuver the bishop to capture the pawn instead. But taking it immediately makes a lot of sense. And now I want to see rook to d1. Just get that rook into the center. She's about to move. Okay, she's going for the knight. Okay, no, this is good. Good, well centralized knight in the middle of the board. Potentially trying to go to the f5 square. Is he going to play g6 to prevent that? Quite possibly, I would say. And then we can go rook to the center. Like, look at this. I'm honestly kind of surprised that the computer feels black is better. Because we got super nice pawns here. Black has an isolated pawn in the center. We have the rook pointing towards the isolated pawn. And we also have a well-placed knight. Our issue is that black has super good control of this open file in the middle, and that black can target this pawn on g4. And if we try to defend this pawn with going pawn to h3, that means there's so many dark squares we don't have good control over. If this pawn was further back on the c3 square, I think this would be much, much better for white. Because then we would solidify the outpost for the knight. I think part of the problem here is that the knight is not safe in the long term because the bishop can chase it away together with the rook. But even if the knight is chased away, we can then attack the pawn. I think Anna's position is fine. It's just her time management is not. And so she's going to get a tricky decision to make, and she's not going to have a lot of time to make it. Is knight to f5 bad? I think knight to f5 would be nice. I just don't think the opponent is going to allow it in this situation where the knight would attack both the rook and the bishop, which is why I was suggesting the move pawn to g6, just taking control of that square. You can also go bishop back, and then if the knight attacks, it's only attacking the rook, not the bishop. But something like this feels decent. Getting that pressure, having a good knight, also potentially pointing down here with this rook. Okay, but here this pawn was undefended. Maybe we need to defend this pawn. I don't know, like the position is complicated, but it feels like white has quite a lot of interesting possibilities. The computer prefers black, but white has a lot of tricks up their sleeve. I feel like this is the kind of position where just the better player wins. But I'm not sure Anna is the better player when she only has 8 minutes. That's my concern. H3 gives up a lot of dark squares, yeah. But I mean, if that pawn is attacked, you have to defend it, right? And that's part of the reason he played this knight to g4 move to begin with. He's making this pawn exposed, and then if white wants to save the pawn, she's gonna have to give up some dark squared control. There's very serious pros and cons for both players here, but that's what makes the position so interesting. Yesterday, we had a situation where one player had a clear long-term advantage and one player had a clear short-term advantage. Here, it's like both players have quite significant short-term advantages, and then it's like just a big fight about who can accomplish their goals quicker. I will say that in the long term, it feels like these pawns could be very powerful, and the placement of the knight is good too. But to be fair, like White's pawn structure around the king is suboptimal, which is a long-term disadvantage. And having the bishop, the long-range piece, is also kind of a long-term advantage. So like both players have long-term advantages, both players have short-term advantages. And then it just becomes a struggle on which advantage is the most significant one. Super interesting. When Anna's c5 pawn is gone, it's going to be really horrible for her. Yes. If she loses this one, that's going to be her losing one of her most important pawns. It's going to make this one much weaker when the two are not working together. So if you lose this one, you lose the game. But may I suggest a radical plan of not losing that pawn? Controversial, I know, but since it's so detrimental, how about we just don't do that? At the moment, it's not really clear how black can put a lot of pressure on it. Like worst case, it could probably push forward. You could imagine some kind of scenario like this, where the pawn has to push forward, but at least now our knight is well placed, protected by a pawn inside enemy territory. It's not too bad. Rook endgame incoming? I don't think so. And to be fair, if it was a rook endgame, then Anna would be winning thanks to her pawns being so far advanced. I don't know. I'm kind of liking her position, and I'm liking that her opponent is thinking. Like, I was never... Okay, to be fair, I didn't like this a4 move. But I was never too concerned about this decision with knight to g4 that her opponent played. Because as a result of this move, it was pretty clear we would get to something like the position we have right now. And there's lots of interesting possibilities for her here. The reason I've been somewhat pessimistic in my assessment and screaming, it more has to do with the time situation than the situation on the board. I think on the board, we're fine. But spending 30 minutes on a move, your opponent has only one possible reply, only for you to spend another 7 minutes thereafter, half the time you had remaining. That was too much. But she's spending a lot of time, but she's playing the right moves. And my general philosophy is that playing the right moves is more important than the time spent. But the problem is, the more time you spend, the harder it is to play the right moves later on. We're on move 20 right now. It means Anna needs to make another 20 moves before she gets an additional 30 minutes. This game, I do think, is going to last past move 40. The previous two have not. So then the time situation wasn't as decisive. Why doesn't she unscrew her water bottle cap all the way? This is a new EU thing. The caps are attached to the. Oh my god! How have I been looking at this position for so long, not realizing that black could just win a pawn? But this also makes me. Why did she even move the knight here? She could have gone with the knight or the rook into the center. Actually, if rook now defends the knight, her opponent cannot capture the pawn because then the queen will come in and attack both the black king and the pawn on f7 plus the rook. So the pawn is kind of not under attack right now. Black cannot capture this pawn safely. That being said, if you first move your bishop back to attack the knight, then you can take the pawn. Yeah, so she is losing a pawn right now. But she has really good counterplay against the one in the middle. She could so easily win this game. I'm looking at some of the lines the computer's suggesting. Queen over to the other side, attack the rook. Rook moves back. Queen and rook both attacking the pawn in the center. The rook comes in to capture. Boom, you have these two guys trying to become new queens. This looks kind of interesting, not gonna lie. It's very interesting. Looks very, very dangerous for black. Computer's saying it's equal, but it feels like black is in more trouble than white. White's pieces are organized pretty nicely. And these two guys could be very, very dangerous. But she needs to realize that the pawn is just GG's. Well, I guess she doesn't need to realize it because no matter what she does, she's going to lose the pawn. It's more about she needs to not look for ways of saving the pawn because that's done. Can't really do anything about it. And I would rather you spend your time on the tricky things coming up rather than how to save a pawn that cannot be saved right now. Ooh, queen d1. I didn't even see that. We can protect both the knight and the pawn. But if queen d1, it's game over. Computer says. Bishop to e7. Rook tries to protect. Queen to f8. Renewing the threat. And then if the pawn advances, you're stuck with your king. The knight cannot save itself because it would put the king in check. Yeah, don't be obsessed about saving a pawn. Play to the activity of your pieces. Centralize your rook. I want to remind everyone that she does get another 30 seconds per move she makes. So it's better than it looks on time. She's playing good moves. But I'm concerned about the time situation. Okay, he's almost certainly gonna go bishop to f6 now. He realizes that he cannot take the pawn due to the queen coming in with the attack. So he wants to block this rook's influence towards the pawn, so he will go with the bishop attack. And then when the knight moves, then he can capture the pawn. I'm pretty confident this is what's going to happen. And here, Anna needs to realize that she should maneuver her queen to the f3 square, which is not obvious whatsoever. Queen here? Why not rook over here? Ooh, this is really interesting. Like, this way of playing for black makes kind of sense. But then rook takes d5. We talked about this earlier, how black, all of white's pieces are beautifully organized. And here the computer believes white has a good attack. Pressure against the queen when the queen moves. You can try and push the pawn, try and get a new queen. You can also sack the knight, try and open up in front of the king. If the knight is captured, then the queen is undefended. This is dangerous. You know, this is super dangerous. Okay, so she's gonna lose this pawn, but she just needs to realize the maneuver of the queen to the f3 square. And then the fact that the pawn is isolated in the middle, that pawn is not going to survive the next couple of moves. And not only is that pawn not going to survive, when the pawn is captured, white's pieces are really coming to life, because that's a great way for the rook to get involved and start putting pressure on black's queen. Why is it so dangerous, but the eval bar is still even? Because the computer is very good at defending. But trust me when I say if something is dangerous, it's probably dangerous. So even if the engine can defend it, a human may not be able to. It would be a very good trend in the game. Only engine can defend? Well, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the case. But we've had a position in this game where Anna was in trouble. And just getting situations where she is the one putting pressure on her opponent, making her opponent play some really accurate defensive moves, that would be a huge success in itself. And frankly, he's reasonably low on time as well. So the chance of him finding all the right defensive moves, even though it's there, it's not guaranteed that he would manage. How many moves until time control? Anna has another 19 moves. So the next half hour is going to be very exciting. Is anyone alive there in the audience while listening to Hammer? I don't think that would be allowed. You're not allowed to have electronic equipment inside the venue. Precisely for that kind of reasoning. Can you read a book? I mean, as long as it's not a chess book, I think it should be fine. When I was a kid, my parents would often work while I was playing. They would have, you know, economics books or whatever it is they do. No one ever really reacted to that. Power move, read a Go book while your opponent is thinking. I mean, I think you should maybe stick to either curriculum kind of things, or what's it called? I know the Norwegian word. Non-fiction. No, fiction. Listen to a mixtape on a cassette. I don't think you would be allowed to do that. No. Listening to things where you are the only one who can know what you're listening to, that's not really something we're encouraging in the current climate. Maybe 5 years ago, but chess has lost a lot of its innocence since then. What kind of innocence? Well, I mean, I don't know if you follow, top level chess or Reddit or chess drama in general, but let's just say cheating accusations have become all the rage in the last 2 years, and it's not improved the community. Is that the same table she was at yesterday? Yeah, she's playing on the same table throughout the tournament because that's the table with her camera setup. Are you insulted that you're not on any of Kramnik's lists? I think it's very clear to everyone that my level the last couple of years has not been one that deserves any sort of cheating accusations, unfortunately. I guess that's the positive part of being washed. What's your rating then? I dropped beneath 2,600 for the first time in 10 years this summer. I've basically been 2,600 since I was 19. That's 15 years ago. I had one time before this I dropped under 2,600. But it was a good 15 years, as long as it lasted. Okay, Queen G5, big mistake. Computer says Anna is now significantly better. Ooh, but he's attacking the pawn on G4. And if Anna tries to defend that pawn, then queen to E3 attacks the king and attacks the knight, and then she loses. So she needs to give up this pawn. She needs to play knight to F5. Is that obvious? Well, the good thing about knight to F5 is that it prevents the queen from getting to the E3 square. And knight to F5 also creates the counterattack, and she plays it. She plays it. Anna right now has a clearly better position. But on the other hand, her opponent did think for quite a bit before he went into this. And now he can go queen takes on g4. And then if Anna takes the pawn on d5, then she loses the game after rook e2. The rook attacks the queen, and the queen can save itself, but the problem is the rook is also attacking in the other direction, the queen coming in with a checkmate. So after queen takes g4, she needs to be very careful of this threat. Pawn to h3 is the recommended solution. The idea is that now if the queen moves back, then you can capture the pawn. Because now there's no rook to e2 because the queen is no longer protecting that square. Although there is getting another rook involved in the attack, now rook to e2 is back in business. Yeah, this is dangerous. It's computer is saying Anna is significantly better, but it's based on very tricky variations that I don't necessarily think she's going to find. I do like that she found the right move pretty quickly, though. After queen takes pawn, what she could do, which seems pretty sensible, she could just take the bishop. And then after recapture, then she can go rook takes on d5. He's gonna go rook e8 to have the rooks work together on the h file, and then she can go queen f2. And computer's saying this is a drawn rook endgame. Too soon? Yeah. Drawn rook endgames don't exist here. Yeah, and don't we know it? Anything could happen, rook endgame, more like. I'm guessing by the comments she is not good with rook endgames. That would be a good observation, Silver. She has one bad rook endgame and she gets a reputation. Well, Mikey, according to several chatters, Anna already had a video on YouTube with Pia mercilessly going after her rook endgame technique, even before her first round game in this tournament. So I think actually that's maybe why she lost the endgame this tournament. Because she felt like this is something I'm not good at. Confidence can play a much bigger role than we sometimes realize. Because when she talked about the rook endgame, when she went into it, she was already saying, I thought I was going to lose this. And yeah, I wasn't there to talk back to her, but like that is a crazy thing to say. 2 versus 2 pawns in the rook endgame, and you go into it thinking, oh, I'll probably lose this. That means you've had some very, very bad experiences previously. Ooh, he goes rook e8. Computer says this is another mistake. Why though? Oh my god, the bishop is trapped! Pawn g3, the bishop is trapped! Wait, why rook takes, and now if knight takes, queen takes. This is not a trapped bishop. Ah, but you can go king h1, and the bishop cannot get back. It looks kind of scary, though, because also rook e2? Like this kind of thing? Looks slightly scary with the two rooks. Ooh, but actually, it's not scary. Because there's a counter checkmate against the king. Okay, pawn to g3 is instantly winning. But computer also thinks h3 is good. She couldn't remember how she couldn't play h3 earlier because of this queen coming in with check. Well, now there's no more. The knight has this square under control. So now h3 is completely fine. h3 just keeps everything protected, and then you capture on d5 in the long run. Three minutes left. Imagine if she had 10 minutes remaining on this at this point. If she just had 10 minutes remaining here, then she could figure this all out. Knight to d6. Ooh. The knight can attack both the rooks at the same time, but then the rook will counterattack. Yeah, no, we don't want to. This is his plan. He wants to go rook e2. And apparently we can allow it to happen, but yeah, if we think we're going to attack both the rooks at the same time, we're not going to win a rook just because we did that. I thought Anna's time management improved in this tournament. I mean, that's what she wanted you to think. What's the other guy's rating? He's 2,200. So a win here would be huge for her. Pawn to g3 is the recommended move, where there's no way for the bishop to save itself. Also good is h3, just keeping everything defended. And queen b3, also good. For some reason, I don't really understand why. I guess just trying to get the queen over in defense. 40 seconds remaining. Knight d6 played. And now black is better again. She tries attacking both the rooks at the same time, but one of the rooks can escape to attack the queen. I guess she's making the argument that she's also attacking this pawn, and so it's not just about the rooks, she's also attacking some important pawns. If she can get the pawn on b7, then these two guys are going to be super scary. But the thing is, speaking of super scary, what about our king? Very concerned about the king's safety. So while you're busy taking a pawn, He's going to come in here and take your king. Rook e2, queen f5. Yeah, I guess queen trade would be good. He can avoid the queen trade. But then he has to save his rook. And here computer is loving white's position. Still super tricky though. Okay. So rook e2, queen up. I don't know why he's thinking though. Like rook e2 is the only move that saves one of the rooks. And without one of the rooks, he's not going to have any attack on the king. The only reason he has a chance here is because the two rooks can work together and invade in towards the white half and go after the white king. Can we recognize this position is quite tricky to play over the board? Yes, we can, but it's possible to have two thoughts in your head. So we can also say that this position would be less tricky to play with 15 minutes on the clock instead of 1 minute. Okay. Okay, we got the moves. The rook came in. Well, he had to do that. So I don't even know why he waited so long. And Anna is making the right decision to go for the queen trade. He has a check. Well, apparently the check is wrong. We analyzed this earlier, and the computer thinks white is winning if you go for the check. Because here, white is just threatening too many things at the same time. And one other thing is that if the white queen gets to the d5 square, the queen will also be very useful in helping defensively to make sure the king doesn't get checkmated. So Anna realized that she's not managing to take the rook, but she believed that she would get into an endgame where the knight not only threatening the rook is important, but rather also threatening the pawn on b7. And if she can get that pawn, this guy is going to be super dangerous. Computers recommending queen takes queen, but I don't think that's very obvious. If just rook forward. Okay, so the idea here is that if rook forward, Anna should be the one to keep the queens on the board. That's very interesting. The idea is that if the queen is on the board, the queen is better able to defend the white king than the black queen is able to attack it. Okay, never mind. He took. So here the problem is our queen is no longer available to defend the pawn on g2. And this creates a big problem. So Anna is presumably going to take with the rook to activate that one. She wants to keep the knight here attacking stuff. And now after the black rook saves itself, we cannot capture the pawn in the center with this rook because then it's checkmate. We cannot capture this pawn with the other rook because then it's also checkmate with the bishop helping out. And the reason this is not checkmate to begin with is that here we still have the opportunity to move the rook back into defense. So, okay, she's about to make a move. Well, she has to make a move. 10 seconds. Okay, she takes with a rook. That made sense. She gets a question mark. The computer wanted to take with a knight, but that doesn't make any sense because this knight is trying to take this pawn. But now she has the pressure against the rook, and the main concern here. So rook e7 is kind of obvious, right? To defend this pawn. And now the issue is you cannot take the pawn in the center. If you try to go pawn g3, followed by rook f2 to try and trade off that dangerous black rook, you're not able to do that because the bishop comes in attacking the rook, and the rook cannot move because of the king behind it. So what is she going to do? She only has 30 seconds to figure this out. Okay, she does play g3. Okay, we want to get basically this rook is super dangerous now. Because if this rook moves and the other rook gets in, this is going to be a checkmate against the king. The king is poorly defended. Yeah, I'm starting to think I don't see how she's surviving this. I guess she's going to take the pawn here. But the problem is black's plan is so easy. He's going to take this pawn with a rook and then get another rook. So something like rook takes pawn, rook takes pawn. We can try and push forward to get a new queen eventually. But something like this, even though it's giving up the pawn on b7, the problem is this kind of thing, it just ends with checkmate. The bishop together with the two rooks is too big of a force for the white king to be able to withstand. That's why if Anna manages to trade off a pair of rooks, oh my god, she was almost at 0 seconds. If Anna manages to trade off a pair of rooks, she would win because she's so close to getting a new queen here. But because both the rooks remain on the board, she'll probably lose. Oh my god, computer saying rook c2 is winning and rook takes b2 is a mistake. He played rook takes b2. Computer says that was a mistake, and now Anna can play h4. h4 only saving move. And the reason is very instructive. After h4, the bishop has to come in and give a check, but then the bishop is blocking the rook from entering to create the checkmate ideas. So she needs to go h4. She needs to go h4 in order to have the bishop. Okay. Yeah. Very interesting game. She was winning at one point, but it was too complicated a position to navigate with only seconds on the clock. Yeah, he just captured a pawn for free there. So he's abandoning the checkmating ideas, and now he's gonna try and win with an extra pawn instead. It's a good strat. She played quite well until now. Well, the thing is, you cannot categorize what she did as well when it was the reason she got low on time to begin with. She loses this game because of her time. And that means she loses the game because of what happened on move 20 and before. The two are connected. You can't say she played well until she lost, because maybe the reason she played well is because she spent all of that time. But spending all of that time is at the same time the reason she loses in the end. She needs to go faster, and then maybe she will make more mistakes in the middle game. But that is so worth it if it means she has more time to navigate the complications. Like this game, she could have won if she had 15 minutes more for the critical position. Okay, Anna has a trick here. Ooh, she has kind of a nasty trick. If bishop takes pawn, the knight to d6 saves the day. The knight attacks the rook, and if the rook moves, the bishop is undefended. If the bishop takes the knight, well, then you can take the rook. At the same time, if the rook captures the pawn, the knight captures bishop. The bishop is no longer protecting the rook, so the rook has to move, but then the knight saves itself by recapturing. Okay, good trap. This pawn cannot be captured. But the problem is he has 10 minutes to figure this out. If he had 30 seconds left, he probably would have fallen for that trap. Yeah. How does she improve at that? Just play faster. It's an incredibly tricky thing to do, but at some point you just gotta. I think she just has to make a mental decision that I'm losing games because I don't have time left on move 25. So I'm gonna play faster, knowing that I might play worse for the first 25 moves in order to play better for the 25 to 40, where a lot of games are decided. But it's it's a very, very difficult thing to do. Be more efficient in her calculations. Well, it's also about not trying to do as many calculations, right? She's probably trying to calculate too much. She said yesterday she really enjoys calculating. And it's like, yeah, but can you enjoy it on move 30 instead of move 15? Okay. Rook takes g4 is presumably the idea this guy had. But computer says rook takes g4 is a mistake. Okay, he is crumbling right now. Computer says only winning move is rook to c7, but I don't think he's going to find that, right? Why is rook takes here bad? Rook takes, king up, rook back, c6. Okay, we're potentially getting a position where Anna is down a pawn, but there are only pawns on one side of the board. And as long as there's only one side of the board to attack on, it makes your defensive task a lot easier. Simply just less area to cover. And it doesn't matter that the opponent has a bishop against a knight, because the bishop is good when there's stuff happening on both flanks. But here the knight is nice in close quarters. Knight can take the rook. It was check on the king. Okay, he's kind of messing up. Once you make one mistake, that kind of makes you a little nervous, and then you're more likely to make another mistake right thereafter. Okay, he does take the pawn. Anna needs to first protect this guy and then trade off these two. Seems doable. Okay, she's going after this pawn. But she's doing it in a way that allows her opponent to capture this one. We would have preferred first saving this one and then going after this one, because if we lose the pawn on g3, it's a 3 versus 1 situation. And you're always going to lose a 3v1, even if you have an extra pawn on the opposite side. It's more important to have a 3v2 and then nothing on the other side than trying to get a new queen here yourself, which is what she's trying to do, I believe. That being said, the computer's top choice here is rook e5, which seems kind of tricky because then, like, Anna is attacking a lot of pawns at the same time. Okay, bishop takes, but now knight takes, attacks the bishop, and then she can save. Yes, mistake, mistake. Oh my god. The chess.com analysis is going crazy. Like, everything is red. Everything is red. But maybe it'll work out in the end. The knight comes in, attacks the bishop, which means black will not have time to capture on g3, which in turn means that Anna will probably be able to save this pawn, getting that 3 versus 2 situation. We might have a rook endgame with a pawn down, so let's not celebrate too early. But there's hope. There's increment. Yeah, you get an additional 30 seconds per move you make. She also gets an additional 30 minutes after 40 moves have been made. Anna needs another 6 moves to get that extra 30 minutes. Okay, it's still not clear to me. So after takes, bishop moves. The problem here is that if Anna takes on f7, then 2 against 1 is normally a draw, but the problem is this guy is so alone, so it's easy for black to surround it and win it. So that's why she needs to go for a 3 versus 2. But if she tries to protect this pawn, her opponent can attack. Oh, but then she has rook d3. This is the only move to survive. To maybe survive. Okay, but she's got Yeah, she's got a way of keeping this one defended now, and that's the crucial part. Is this still difficult in practice? Yeah, it is. But it's way better than the situation we had earlier on. What move are they on? Move 34. Another 6 moves for Anna, 7 more moves for Le Golf. Will he offer a draw? He is up a pawn. There is no chance whatsoever he will offer a draw. Okay, bishop moves. King forward, keep the pawn protected. Also, do not go king here, because then the rook can come in. Okay, she trades the rooks. That's fine. But now also don't go king here, because then bishop takes this guy, exploiting the pressure here. Okay, she follows up with rook attacking again. I'm not a big fan of this. It seems like she doesn't understand the importance of keeping the pawn on. Because right here was an optimal moment for her to just protect the pawn. And the fact that she's trying to attack makes me think she feels this pawn is important to capture. But I think it's fine, because now she's going to go king up no matter what. The bishop is under attack, the bishop is going to move. And now she's going to king up. Oh no, computer says king up is a losing move. Yeah, she kind of forced the bishop to a better positioning. The difference here is that if she played king up here, black had no way of moving the bishop to attack this pawn. But having played this rook d7 first, she doesn't have time to take this one because then she loses on g3. But if she now plays king up, then the bishop is in position to attack. And as the rook comes back to defend, pawn f5 is a good move. Because now when Anna is trying to get her knight back into defense, the pawn comes up, attacks the one on g3. There has to be a trade, but now there's an attack against the king and an attack against the pawn. If the king tries to defend the pawn, then rook moves. Bishop gives a check while the rook attacks the white rook. So now the drawing move is rook to d3, but are you going to play rook to d3 after your previous move was rook up? The difference is that if you go rook to d3 first, now if the bishop tries to attack, then you can go king to g2. And now you're not concerned about this one being captured because the bishop moved. And if pawn to f5 with a similar idea, the king gets to be close to the pawn and thereby keeps it defended. Oh, that's kind of tricky. 30 seconds remaining. Okay, she plays the losing move. It made sense, but it made more sense on the previous move. F5 is not easy though. No, F5 is very easy. You want to try and undermine this pawn, trade off this pawn so that it's no longer protecting on H4. Unfortunate. Does it not make more sense to put your king on a light square? Yeah, but the thing is, after king here, you were concerned about bishop takes pawn. And the rook was attacking down towards the king. As it turns out, this would have been fine because the king can move up and attack both the rook and bishop. But sometimes when you see the rook pointing down on your king, you just stop your calculations there. Okay, this is the moment. If he goes pawn to f5, he's going to win this game. But he only has 3 minutes left to find this move. Only winning move. I think he will find it. Yeah, I think so too. Unfortunately. Yeah. Games are decided between move 20 and move 40. Anna had a winning position, a better position, a drawing position, a losing position, a drawing position, a losing position. It was chaos. But she was right. Chess games are decided between move 20 and 40. This one could have gone either way, but she didn't have enough time to figure out the right ideas. F4 was the only winning move because he needed to do this before Anna got her knight back into defense. But he's done it, and now he's attacking the pawn on g3. The pawn has no choice but to trade. And after the trade, the rook gets an attack both against the king and the pawn. You can use the king to protect the pawn, but then you're stepping on a very dangerous diagonal with the bishop pointing down on your king, allowing the rook to move away, checking the king from the bishop and attacking the rook from the rook. Instead, Anna plays knight c6. Okay, she played her move 40. She got an additional 30 minutes. But it may be too late. Okay, he could just go bishop back. Bishop back, and he's still overwhelming the defense of this pawn. He can also take and then go bishop back. Okay, Anna's idea is probably takes king f3. Because here she's attacking the rook and attacking the bishop. The problem is black has one winning move, and that's pawn to g3. pawn to g2. The problem right now is that he just got an extra 30 minutes. So she created this trap one move too late. If she went king to f3 and he only had like 2 minutes left, maybe he wouldn't figure it out. But now he has ages to discover that after king here, pawn moves up. Knight takes bishop. Oh my god, after knight takes bishop, the only winning move, according to Engine, is rook to g3. She could save it still. That is not obvious whatsoever. Oh my god, imagine if he had to find that with only 2 minutes remaining. Okay, so the idea here is that if you just go and get a new queen, the knight will capture the rook. And here, if you try to attack both the rook and the king, the knight comes in, defends. And a knight and rook against queen is actually pretty good. And as long as you manage to keep this pawn defended, black's pawns are not going to easily make their way forward and become a new queen. You have to go king f3. It's the only chance. And why is rook g3 so clever? Takes, check. I guess we want to stay close to this pawn so that we don't lose it. Ah. Yeah, no, here's the problem. The queen attacks the king, the pawn, and the knight at the same time. So we have to defend the knight, but then the pawn is undefended. And this situation with the pawn, like say black does something silly, this is a draw when everything's defended. But if you lose the pawn and black has two guys running together, then that's an easy win. But on the other hand, I mean, if you move the king in front of the pawn, like then you're down 2 pawns. So it makes sense trying to go for the trappy line. It makes sense basically doing anything that can keep your pawn still on the board. 2 pawns next to each other, making their way forward, trying to become a new queen, almost impossible to stop. But if you have 1 pawn trying to stop the 2 pawns, it means that for the pawns to get past your pawn, they have to trade. And stopping one lone pawn trying to become a new queen is so much easier than stopping the 2 that can defend each other as they make their way forward. And it's worth even giving the opponent a queen in order to make that happen. Time to wait 25 minutes for the next move. I believe she spent 20 minutes on move 41 last time. Yes. It was something rather significant. So with both players having gotten an additional 30 minutes, I'm going to take a break. We're hoping for a king to f3. There's 1 trap remaining in the position that could save Anna. Unfortunately, her opponent is going to have 30 minutes to figure it out. So we would have preferred if that trap occurred just a couple of moves earlier. But there's still hope. It looks kind of like she's about to move. She's got her hand in that moving situation. Never mind. Maybe I misjudged it. You didn't miss anything? Well, I was not expecting to. I think we all knew she was going to take some time once she got those extra 30 minutes. Now that hand is so clearly in a moving position. No, she's about to move her king away. No, she did it. She did it. Oh, and she gave him the look. Did you see that? She took a little look in her opponent's direction. She's attacking the rook and she's attacking the bishop. Her opponent now has to find two only moves to win this game. One is easy. One is, I don't know, not that difficult, but challenging enough that I don't think he would find it if he was low on time. Problem is, he's not low on time. So the winning move here is to ignore both the threat against the rook and against the bishop, and instead try and get a new queen. And the only plan for Anna against this is try and take as many pieces as she can while getting the knight back into defense. And here, instead of grabbing a new queen, after which white is able to set up a nice defensive formation. King protecting pawn, king protecting knight, knight protecting rook. Computer says this is a draw. Still going to be tricky, but it's nice knowing that the computer thinks that you'll be successful. And instead, what he needs to do is give up the rook in order to lure the king to a square so that the queen comes in with a check. The difference being, the only difference here is the placement of the knight, that the knight is not as far into the defensive zone as in the previous variation. And here white manages to create that situation where the king has to leave the defense of the pawn in order to save the knight, but then you lose the game. Okay, good decision by Anna to go for this trap. And then I would say it has like a 15% chance of working out. Maybe 20. I don't think he finds this. Really? I don't know. I think it's very likely he finds it. 80%, I'm saying. I'll take 15%. I think that's fair. 15 to 20%. The problem is that even if you get the 15% chance he doesn't find rook g3, it's still going to be kind of difficult to make the draw. But, you know, we'll take it as long as she's fighting, right? Found it? No, he hasn't found it. That was the easy move. This is the tough one. Pushing the pawn, he was 100% going to see. This move is the one we're not sure about. Surely he doesn't play g2 that quickly without having seen rook g3. Well, g2 was the only move. Like, otherwise, if he didn't do this, he would lose his bishop. So he could have easily played this move without seeing this one. What we would love to see from him right now is him trying to reach out for the queen. Notice how there's a white queen and a black queen at the front of the board. These special electronic board, they include an extra queen for each player in case you promote a pawn. What we're hoping for right now is that he takes the black queen next to the 19 number and puts that queen on the board. We do not want him to move his rook. What if rook to g6? Computer says rook to g6, you can take it and then move your knight back to defense. Similar to the other situation. And this should still be a draw. But that's good news. The fact that rook g6 exists means that he has two ways of messing this up instead of just one. He could go rook to g5. Good point. Three-way. No, actually. Yeah, he's not going to mess this up because that's actually checkmate. Damn it, he found it. GG. It was worth a try, though. That's a good move from him. What if you want to promote to a different piece? Well, I mean, Anna has like this whole. She has all the pieces she has captured on her left side. So you are allowed to go into her, storage of fallen soldiers and resurrect one of them. And if you want a knight, even though you already have two knights on the board, you're allowed to announce, I would like to get a knight, and stop the clock and find a knight on a different board called the Arbiter. I remember the days I had to put my rook upside down. Does this still ever happen? People still do it, but you really shouldn't. Because once you move your upside down rook like a queen, your opponent can claim you made an illegal move. And there was a point where an illegal move in Blitz lost the game. A rook is a rook, upside down or not. Even if some people try to indicate it as a queen. That's silly. If you want a queen, announce you're getting a queen, stop the clock, and call the Arbiter. But you don't put it upside down on accident? Well, you did put a rook there, though. Why didn't you put a queen? So you can promote to a piece that's not available to get more time to think? I guess technically you could. I think the arbiter would say that it's you then have made a touch move, and you would get a time penalty for incorrect claim. But yeah, there it's kind of easy in chess to be very unsporting. There's a couple of methods, and certain people specialize in them. Is there any possibility that he messes up? No. This is over now. Maybe rook to g3 was easier than I thought. It's 2024. A rook can identify as a queen. Yeah, try telling your local chess arbiter that. As Anna goes, oh no, it's a legal move. Your king is in check. Don't be too hard on her after the match. No, I mean, she knows what she did wrong. The question is just how to correct it. That's the tricky part. What did she do wrong? She spent way too much time in early on in the game, and when the game was decided, she only had like 1 minute per move, and she made a lot of mistakes because of that. What is there to think about? King f4 is the only way to continue. Oh, I think king f3 is the best way. If king f4, then the queen can attack both. Basically, he's trying to set up a situation where the queen attacks everything at once. So I think this one is the best one of a bad bunch. Something like this. But he has h5, which is a bit annoying. Also, he has this move, attacking the knight and the king. And then if the king moves here, then we get this situation again. The problem is no matter how she plays, he can give checks in a way that creates this attack the king, knight, and pawn all at the same time. And then you can't keep everything defended. Your king has to choose, do I want to defend the pawn or do I want to defend the knight? And you need both of them to survive. Is it easier to see moves while watching as a commentator than at the board? I think it's a lot easier to find human ideas at the board because then your mind is not polluted with the computer's thoughts and evaluations. But it's a lot easier seeing what's actually happening, the truth, as a commentator, because you have access to the computer moves. Why not king h3? So king h3, then you give this check. And the problem here is that not only can you do this triple attack that we talked about, but here even queen to e4 is very effective. Because you're attacking the knight, and if the knight moves, you lose the rook. Dino, the plan is that Pia will take over when she's feeling better. We're hopeful that's going to be soon. Early morning for you tomorrow? I think the morning round is on Wednesday. Today is Monday, right? Okay, king f3. I think that was the best option, all things considered. Oh, damn, never mind. He can actually just go queen h2. That's just an attack on the knight and an attack on the pawn. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, no, there was just no saving this. Tomorrow on a place in the afternoon, I believe so. Let me double check that. I think there is a morning round, but I think it's on Wednesday. MAIA, yes. Calendar regulations. Yeah, so the 5th round tomorrow is at the same time as it's been the last couple of days. But then the sixth round on Wednesday is in the morning. It is Bato. We're assuming he's from there. Raiders coming in from Alexandra Ches. How are you guys doing? Unfortunately, we're about to wrap up as well, but we will have Anna giving her thoughts on the game right after she finishes. But it's not going to be very long, unfortunately, because this queen to h2 move is a very good one, attacking both the knight and the pawn. And there, we were hopeful she could set up a fortress if she manages to keep the pawn on the board. But without it, it's just completely hopeless. Resignation coming now. Maybe she'll play on a little bit. Freaking streamers, you know, milking that 5,000 viewer count. Content. I mean, it's nice for her, tricky for me. I don't know how many times I can say, yeah, she's going to lose this one without being incredibly repetitive. Would you hold this as white against Anna? No. I would not. If she streamed with Luigi, it would be 10K. He did stop by yesterday. Game knows game. Okay. She's playing on, but I don't think she has any realistic chance. If he just doesn't take the free pawn now, she can probably save the draw. Oh, darn it. Hey, look over there and move a piece. Yeah, just get that knight back into defense. The problem is it's not even very difficult from here. Where's the opponent from? We suspect, well, he's French. But we suspect he's from Nantes. I don't know how to pronounce it. But his shirt is from the Nantes. We suspect he's from there because he's wearing a jersey from the Nantes football team. Nantes. Yeah, I don't know. There's certain things I can halfway pronounce in French, but not over 50%. He has a name for from Brittany. Oh God, I don't even know where Nantes is. For all I know, it's in Brittany. Brittany. Brest, Lorient, Rennes, Nantes. Yeah, so it's actually pretty close by. It's on the west coast. So maybe he's from northwest of Nantes. Can you pronounce en passant? I can try. I have no idea whether it's right. I worked with Laurent Fressinet during the World Championship matches, and he was very unhappy about my pronunciation of his name. Laurent, no, Laurent, no, Laurent, no, Laurent, no. He always just said no. He never told me what to do. He just said no, 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 over and over and over. Yeah, you're butchering it. I mean, it's not like he was very good at saying Jon Ludwig either. But he was very, very eager to when I told him that my name is actually quite famous in French. And he was like, what? Huh? Yeah, in French, my name would be Jean-Louis. Ah! Oh, he thought that was the greatest thing he ever heard. And from that day on, he's never called me anything but Jean-Louis. Ludwig is Louis. Louis would never have thought it. I mean, quite famously, a couple of Louis in the royal French family. Anna flexing by getting up. I don't think it's going to help her chances to save this game, though. I don't think this position is especially difficult. But I guess no one ever won a game by resigning. So I would keep this pawn where it is because it's helping defend the king from checks from the side. So if I'm him, I'm going to go queen here, check, and then start pushing the pawn. And I don't think she'll be able to stop the pawn. Although, like, could there be some kind of situation where like there's a problem with this guy being so far away from this one? I don't see it though. It would be nice if he fell for some trick like this. And then knight takes what? Fork on the king and on the queen. Even this doesn't work. The knight is pinned. It cannot move. Damn. Even the tricks don't work. I tried. It was the closest she's gonna get, I suspect. 3 moves made? Yeah, you guys really don't like it when you don't see the moves being made, huh? The board is pretty well. It's pretty easy to see on the camera. It's not gonna be the end of the world if I'm not my 2D board is not completely up to date when I'm making a nice chess joke. I don't do 3D. Yeah, it's the modern way of life, isn't it? Would you say this was a close match? I mean, Anna was in trouble for most of it if you look in minutes. But at some point, she was winning. It only lasted for like 2 minutes, but she was winning at some point. It would have lasted for longer if she had more time to think. Positives for Anna to take away from the loss? I mean, that she had a winning position, right? gaining a winning position against a higher rated player is not something you take for granted. It's a good step in the right direction, but the reason she wasn't able to capitalize on it was, yeah, avoidable. I wouldn't know when to start moving pawns here. I will say this. Black's technique has been very unimpressive so far. I don't know what these queen moves he's been doing, what he's trying to do, but it's not been amazing. And I want to note that if he now plays g5, h5, he actually loses the game. Oh no, never mind. I thought this was winning. So if the king moves up, it's checkmate. If the king moves back, it's also checkmate. But actually turns out he can go king here. And then if the check, the pawn blocks. Yeah, even the tricks. 2 times now, I tried making a trick on Anna's behalf. Both times it turns out Black was winning anyway. Why are they writing down their moves on a piece of paper? It's to keep score of the game so that you can replay it with a coach or something later on. And it's also for the players to know how many moves have been made. Because that can be important, for instance, when because you get an additional 30 minutes after 40 moves have been played. So it's very important you know how far away you are from that extra time in the decision making. What is slow death? Yeah. It's not going to be so slow too much longer, though. Because Anna is down to 6 minutes. She's mostly the one slowing things down. When she now gets low on time, then the game is going to speed up. Cash, like I said, they need to know when they get additional time. The game being recorded on the internet does not help them know in the moment whether they will get more time. Why write the moves when they're low on time? Because they're required to. Without pawns, is this a draw? Yes. In fact, if black only had 1 pawn instead of 2, it would also be a draw. So the only reason black is winning is because he has 2 pawns. And the fact that the pawns are next to each other means that they can protect each other as they make their way forward, which is also extra beneficial. Melina coming in with a rate of 1400. Let's go. We are in the closing minutes of Anna's tournament game in Portugal. She's playing against Ronan Le Goff from France. And unfortunately, he has a queen and Anna does not. The queen is the most valuable piece on the board, and the lack of queen is very concerning for Anna. It is looking like she's going to lose this game. But after the game is finished, she's going to come on and talk to us about the game, what she's feeling, and that kind of thing. Anna's a queen herself. Yeah, but when you're a chess competitor, you'd rather have a queen on the board than a queen directing the troops. Is the room silent during the game? Always wondered. The room is generally pretty silent, but because no one is talking, it means that you catch a lot of the other noise you wouldn't normally notice. So in a chess venue, there's a lot of coughing. And there's a lot of coughing in general in life, but you usually have enough chatter to overpower it so that you don't notice it. What if one of the players records a move incorrectly? That doesn't matter. They're only required to record the moves. No one actually checks whether it's right or wrong. The reason I'm laughing is because there's a lot of players who just write, they just make basically like it's completely indecipherable. And they're like, no, I only have bad handwriting. And they can get away with it. Scribble, yeah. What's the point of writing it down then? Because you're required to. Okay, I am so unimpressed by this guy's endgame, but it's at some point surely he's going to start realizing he needs to get a new queen, right? Now that Anna moved her knight in front of her rook, that might entice him to go pawn to g5 because now he's not as concerned about potential checks in from the side. Can you claim a win when your opponent talks to another playing during your game? No. You can tell the arbiter and ask them to give your opponent a warning. If there was a dispute, the arbiter would favor the person with illegible handwriting. My experience is that you can never tell what a chess arbiter is gonna do, but your reasoning seems sound. Oh, Anna and your misery. Well, it is kind of miserable what she's doing, but at the same time, having played on as long as she had, she can't resign now. Because the guy is making absolutely no sign of progress. Like, I would maybe have resigned when I lost the pawn. Although, truthfully, probably not. Because I would be a bit upset. I would just play on. I would play on more quickly than she's doing, though. But then when my opponent at no point makes any indication of pushing those pawns forward, I would probably start to think this guy has no idea what he's doing. I'm going to play on until I'm checkmated. He's just checking constant. He keeps moving the queen. But it's like, dude, one queen is not going to checkmate the king. You need another one. Like, legitimately, the last 5 moves, all of those moves, I would have preferred if he just pushed a pawn. "43 moves to draw." Well, the thing is, he is going to push one of those pawns eventually. And the rule is that it's a draw if your opponent doesn't, if no one makes a capture or moves a pawn in 50 moves, then the game is declared a draw on account of no one's making any progress. But the thing is, every time he moves a pawn here, that counter is going to reset. Did they get additional papers for the next 100 moves? Normally, the score sheets only last until move 60, and they're now on move 52. So they get an additional score sheet to record after they make it past move 60. He found the pawns? Yeah. About time, I'd say. There's already new score sheets? Yeah, but it's just in preparation in case the players suddenly decide to play more quickly. You'll note that they're not actually going to start using the new ones until they make it to move 60, which is in 8 moves. When's the last time you let someone checkmate you in a classical game? I think sometimes it's very common in chess to resign the move before you get checkmated. That never made sense to me. If you're going to play on for that long, you might as well allow your opponent the courtesy of the checkmate. I allowed Peter Svidler to checkmate me because he played a nice attack. I played an absolutely awful game, but he executed a nice attack, and I let him checkmate me. But that's already, oh my god, how time flies. 7 years ago. Man, I remember 7 years ago, I already then felt pretty retired. Has the pandemic, I really feel like the pandemic messed up my sense of time. It's absolutely wild that it's been 4.5 years since the start of the pandemic. It just feels like that's something that just happened. Did you know there hasn't been a checkmate in a World Chess Championship in over 100 years? But that's just because Karyakin resigned one move before checkmate. It's a thing, but I don't understand why it's a thing. I'm still very unimpressed with this guy. I don't understand why he had the option of putting his queen on g5 at some point and then push the pawn. But now he has to be careful because if he now starts pushing the pawn, the white pieces are super well placed to start targeting it. I kind of feel like he's actually messing this up. Also, it must be said that rook versus queen, in a human game, it's almost always the queen is going to win. But a computer against a human can almost always defend with the rook. Rook versus queen against a computer is incredibly difficult. But it's not something you give a lot of attention to because a human is never able to defend as accurately. is he doing? Okay, don't go up, because then it's checkmate. But is this not the square the queen came from on the previous move? It was. And Anna's choosing not to go back to the square she came from, but she's choosing a different square. She's avoiding the repetition. Okay, now queen g5. This is what I was talking about earlier. I think queen g5 is a really good square for the queen. And then you can push the pawn. Okay. Okay, I think maybe e2 is the best square. Because now if check... No, sorry. Now if pawn moves forward, knight goes back, check, and then pawn forward. Now we can get rook versus queen. On the other hand, if rook versus queen is the best thing we can get, it's still, completely losing from a practical perspective, especially considering her time situation. But it would be better than him just getting a new queen. What kind of mistake does he have to make to lose this? If he loses one of his pawns, then it's a draw. So in this position, say he goes... It's not so easy to lose one of the pawns, but say he just doesn't try to defend this, then this is a draw. Because the one pawn is not able to get past, like you can set up a blockade on this square and this square and this square. And the pawn is not going to be able to make its way over. So it's not like completely, it's not that far off that you can get a draw. It's just that somewhat of a miracle has to happen for the opponent to lose the pawn. It sounds like a little thing, but losing a pawn here for black is very difficult to do without being completely crazy. He doesn't seem to have a clear idea how to play this. I agree. He's been extremely unconvincing so far. Okay, that, on the other hand, is gonna change things up a bit. He found a decent moment to start pushing forward. A win is a win, unconvincing or not. This is true. And now he's getting those pawns up the board. The one thing Anna has now that she hasn't had the opportunity to do in the past, now she can try making checks in from the side. Yeah, it's not really going to help. Chances of stalemate, approximately 0. I don't know why he's not just continuing pushing forward. Surely that was his plan, right? Yeah, you can just push it all the way. That's a GG right there. Okay. Once he started with the G pawn, he can now actually just make consecutive pawn moves with that pawn to get a new queen. It's kind of irritating. Do you know of a stalemate that happened when one side was completely winning? Yeah, there's plenty of examples on that. There's usually a couple of people who collect those kind of endgame mistakes to kind of showcase how easy it is and how often it happens. Knight to d4. Well, the problem with knight to d4 is that you're so far away from all these pawns. At least from e5, you were putting pressure on some of them. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's okay. Something like just go back and then push this one. Can give a check and just push as well. These are the most cumbersome parts of the game for the commentator. You have a very, very good idea of what's going to happen. It's like 98% Anna's going to lose. I don't really have anything to add. He's just trying to push the pawns forward. Only 98? I don't know, Jackster. They just made move 60, and you can tell both players now brought their extra score sheet over. So clearly the score sheet goes to 60, like I said. Computer is saying the pawn can be just pushed forward now. The idea is that if the king blockades, then the queen comes in with a pin. But it feels unnecessary pushing that pawn so far from the other pawn. So he pushes this one. It's important to have both of them working together. Knight to e6. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Queen check attacks the knight, attacks the rook, and attacks the king. That means the king has to move over to defend the rook, but that means also that the king is further away from the pawns. And so black can just continue forward. In school, getting the extra sheet in an exam was a proud moment. In my school, the people were celebrating if they finished early, not if they were good and studious. Was there an earthquake? I believe there was. I didn't check the seismic. There was a 5.4 earthquake, very close in the ocean, southwest of Lisbon. But they're in Porto, which is further north. So it was 84 kilometers from Lisbon, which is pretty close. But it was way further for the rest. 5.4 is pretty high though for European standards, no? 5.9? Okay, because Google is saying 5.4. Euronews is saying 5.3. And now you're saying 5.9? I've heard some different values, but like 5.4 is like the Richter scale goes crazy kind of quickly, no? So isn't it something that like the difference between 6 and 7 is 1,000 times strength or something? Logarithmic. I actually aced my logarithm exam when I did economics. Unfortunately, that was the only thing of the math I knew. 10 times. Okay, so a 5 is 10 times weaker than a 6, which means a 5.1 is double a 5.0, right? So when you guys are saying it might be a 5.3, a 5.4, or a 5.9, that is a freaking massive difference. 5.3 is double 5.0. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. But still, it means that the difference between 5.3 and 5.9 is 4 times. Quick maths. Yeah. To be fair, I only studied my logarithms for that. Oh god, he sacrificed his queen. Ooh, GG. His pawns advanced so far that he could sacrifice his queen and then have this other one promote. That's game over right there. Yeah. It's been coming for a while. She's gonna resign now. Yeah, GG's. A good win for Legoff. A disappointing loss for Anna. She needs to break out of that winning against the lower rateds and losing against the higher rateds. In both her games against higher rateds in this tournament, she has had a winning position, but she's not been able to see it through. Playing up is hard. Yeah. Playing the higher rateds. It's tricky. And the arbiter or referee, as they apparently call them in Portugal, coming in, blockading the camera, as every arbiter in chess always does. It is their tradition. I work in TV with people who's not from like a chess background, and they are so shocked at the arbiter always standing in front of the board as the game is finished. It's nice to see it's the same for Kemling and Carlsen's alike. No difference in treatment there. Okay, we're gonna do some time traveling, and we're gonna bring on Anna. How are you feeling right now?
This was a horrible game, Hammer. I don't want to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it. It was horrible. I messed up with the time. I knew when I spent so long thinking that it was almost over. I shouldn't have thought for so long about this, all these variations when he played knight g4. I think that was my biggest mistake. I should just have taken, which I think is obviously the best move, and then I just should have started thinking after that.
Yeah.
I think that's what I should have. I think that's where it went wrong.
I agree.
Yeah. I don't know why I was calculating all these bishop takes e7, knight takes pawn, bishop takes d8, knight takes c2, rook takes a5, and I was trying to calculate all of this, and then rook takes d8, king f2. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know why I spent so long calculating all this.
Yeah. Well, you also spent quite a bit of time before that, right? So already when it became a very critical position, you were down to 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, so that was the problem too, because I guess with knight g4, it's normal to spend a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But I guess before that, I shouldn't have spent so long with bishop b5. Was bishop b5 okay, or was it crazy?
Let's call it okay, but it hurt my grandmasterly instincts.
I knew it looked bad. Okay, Hammer, I knew it looked bad, but I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it was actually kind of fine.
You know what I mean? Like, I knew in my body that this is not how you're supposed to play chess, but I felt like in this specific situation, it was fine. But yeah. And then I think what annoys me the most is that I think, I don't know what he does after g3 if I don't go knight d6. I freaked out on knight d6 because I saw that I could trade queens, but I think I can just go g3, which was an idea I wanted to go for a long time.
Yeah. Have you checked it?
No, I haven't.
Do you want me to?
I guess.
G6 is winning, plus 2.6.
G3?
Yeah.
Yeah. I felt like knight d6 was wrong. I knew that I had to make sure that the queen didn't come. I had to keep my knight on f5. I just, in time trouble, it felt like the most forcing move. Knight d6, queen f5 just felt so comforting in a way. But yeah.
Yeah, ironically, you struggle even more defending your king with the queens off the board because of him doubling on the second rank.
Yeah, I realized this and then I didn't really know what to do. But g3, wow. Was it winning before that, or is it just in that moment?
Just in that moment.
Oh. So g3, yeah, because what does he do with the bishop? I didn't play g3 because I was worried about... I think I was worried about somehow my pawn on g4 falling.
Yeah, so rook takes g4 and then king h1.
Yeah, and then I guess in that... Yeah. Ah!
You know, you would have played it with a bit more time.
I would. I 100% would. So I know that the problem wasn't that. I know the problem was the time. And it's, yeah, I was so annoying because I felt during the game that I just wasn't playing fast enough. And it was this like typical where you just fall into a cycle and I didn't know how to break out of it. But I think I just struggled when the position was so complicated. Like I don't know. There were so many things going on, and I just didn't really know exactly what to do. Like I had too many ideas in my brain.
Yeah. Like it would have saved you a lot if, because F3 like you played is quite a, I would call it an inaccuracy. And because you got so much pressure on you after the C5 move, that kind of, because that's what started your thinking, and then you couldn't kind of get out of it afterwards, and it became more punishing the time you spent later on because you had spent so much time trying to figure out how to deal with the C4 threat.
Yeah, I've never really played this with white. Like I typically don't go for this 92 F3, so it was kind of. But I didn't think it was gonna play like knight A6, knight C7. Like this is what I haven't like looked at with this that much.
But this is what you played yourself against Jennifer, right?
Against Jennifer,
Yeah.
I was playing with the black pieces.
Yeah.
No, I played with bishop D6, not with bishop
Yeah, but
D7.
same thing, no?
Is it? I don't know.
Pretty similar.
I guess maybe, but Hammer very different. Other side of the board. I need to look at it from Black's point of view. I have to stand behind him to see that. I wasn't even thinking about that. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't. I just thought F3 and then you just go bishop F2, H3, E4. I thought we were chilling, and then he played this move C5 that I didn't know. And then that's when I started thinking, should I after C5 just play bishop F2?
No, C5, like F3 is already kind of bad. What you should have done is you should have played Rook D1 instead of F3.
To prepare.
And
Okay.
then after he goes knight E6, then you go F3 with the intention being that now the knight is blocking the rook's path. And also now the knight is not defending the D5 pawn. So the classic thing in these pawn structures is that whenever white goes F3, you go C5, because now it's more in like you can accept the isolated pawn because you get the pressure against the E3 pawn in return. But in this circumstance, that pressure doesn't work with the knight on E6. And there's some reasons with the rook pointing towards the D5 pawn and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I see. But okay, Hammer. Okay. Was bishop b5 creative at least?
Yeah. No, it was definitely creative. I would not have come up with that.
I will take that, Hammer. I will take that.
B3 was the move.
What?
Did you consider B3?
No, I didn't. I felt this game that I didn't really know what was going on, which is,
Yeah, well,
I guess,
I
the
mean,
worst
but the
part.
thing is, I thought you were close to playing B3 because by playing bishop B5, you're very clearly stating that you understood the problem, the threat is pawn to C4.
Oh yeah, I can just play b3 and stop it. Wait, why did I play bishop b5? Oh no, Hammer! Why did I play bishop b5? You're right. I just wanted. Oh no! Why did I? Yeah, that's so much easier. I never even considered b3. B3. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I didn't consider it. Yeah. Oh, Hammer!
It's
I feel
not a
like this
typical
game I
move.
didn't know what was going on. You know what I think the problem is? I think that I didn't understand the plans in this opening. I think that I haven't played this before and I didn't understand the
But
plans
you played
at all
as
in
a
this
black. This is what I don't understand. If you're playing this as black, you should know that whenever your opponent goes F3, you try and play C5, which in fact is what you did against Jennifer, no?
It was one game, Hammer, one game against Jennifer. I don't play this every time as black. I had specifically memorized my mom's prep against Jennifer Jew.
Ah. I thought it wasn't like your regular black opening because you always play the same thing over and over and over.
No, this one time against Jennifer, I actually played something new. I surprised her. That was the idea.
Yeah, well, now you know.
I do. I guess that's a lesson. But you know, Hammer, I hate playing chess and learning lessons while playing tournaments. Why do I not learn the lessons when it doesn't matter? Why do I learn the lessons when it matters? I do more lessons. I want to win.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Do you want to get real, or you just have to decide
Do I
to
want to
play
get
quicker?
real?
Yeah.
No,
You
I do.
you
I
just have
do.
to decide to play
I think I
quicker.
just yeah.
You have to accept
Even
that you're
if
gonna play
I blunder,
worse
right?
but for moves 10 to 20, but
Hmm.
playing worse on those moves is worth it because, as you said yesterday, games are decided move 20 to 40. And had you
Yeah.
had 10 extra minutes, you would have played G3.
Yeah.
I
Even
genuinely
5 more
believe
minutes.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
It's
think
such a difficult
I
thing to
realized,
do.
Hammer, that I'm a perfectionist and I don't like
Oh, you
yeah,
just
I don't like
realized now after having time trouble issues for 10 years?
No, I mean no, I realized it a long time ago, but I realized it a long time ago. But what I'm saying, Hammer, is that I yesterday I had like a moment of realization where I really realized it, like truly realized it, and then I thought, okay, now that I've realized that I can get out of it, but then I didn't get out of it today, and I think that's the most annoying part. That I yeah. So I guess I just need to not fear losing quickly in the game. I think that is what I need to do. I need to not fear it. I need to just play moves that I think are good and be okay with the fact that I might blunder. And if I blunder, I blunder, but I force myself to play fast.
You don't even need to
Is
play
that it?
fast. Like, you just need to play quicker. Like you said, there's a difference between having 10 minutes for 20 moves and 30 minutes for 20 moves. Like, 30 minutes
Yeah.
for 20 moves is not great, but it's a lot better than where you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It
most of
is.
the
I think if I had
time,
30 minutes by move 20, it would be a whole different game. If I
yeah.
had that every time.
No, but
Yeah.
I get in time trouble every game. I know it's super difficult, but yeah, if you could just allow yourself to accept, because in a way it's logic, and chess players are logical beings.
Yeah.
Making more mistakes early on, but fewer mistakes later on is going to serve you well.
Yeah. You're right. Okay. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I can't do that. I think that's the only thing that I'm upset about with this game, actually, that I failed my time thing, that I really was trying to do better. But you're right. But I still feel like in this tournament it's been a slight improvement, and I just need to like have that the rest of the tournament. I need to not fall for this again.
Yeah.
I think that's the most important thing.
And then tomorrow, black pieces get a win there, and then you get another shot at a 2200.
Yeah. Yeah.
Five
Yeah.
rounds left, Percy. So plenty of time.
There is plenty of time. Okay. All right, Hammer. I will do that.
You
Um
want to say goodbye to chat?
I do. I do. I saw yesterday when I told you to wave, you weren't there, but then you popped up to wave. That was really
I'll
funny.
wave now, and
You'll
then
wave now.
this
Say
will be
bye to
my
Hammer,
goodbye.
everyone. Okay. Thanks, Hammer. Thank you. Um, people, we lost. It sucks. But I think maybe what I should think about more than anything is this tournament should, for me, be more about focusing on fixing my time trouble issues. I think that today I was focusing so much on if I win the game, I will be having such a good tournament that it created a lot of fear of losing for me. And that is where I get into extreme time trouble. So I think I need to just not fear losing. Like, I play someone tomorrow, will play fast. If I blunder, then I blunder. Like, I cannot be thinking for so long and overthinking everything. I need to, so yeah. I think that's what I need to do. I think I need to just have this tournament mentally as a fixing my time trouble tournament and then trying to have a really good tournament in the Olympiad. But this tournament just has to be a fixing my time trouble issues after 10 years, finally. I think that is what I'm going to do. I think that's a good plan. Isn't that a good plan? We focus just on the time, not on the results. We focus just on the time. Hammer says I shouldn't do this, but I think this is what I need to do in my brain to actually be able to change this fully. Because I did that yesterday. I did that the day before. And today, after I won 2 games in a row, I was like, oh, now if I win today, the tournament is going to be going so well. I really want to win. And that created a lot of like fear of not playing the best move or fear of playing bad. And that's where it goes wrong. I need to not fear playing badly. I need to say, okay, Anna, we can play good games. We can also sometimes play at 80% accuracy. And then if that happens, that happens. But at least I played fast. So yeah, I think that is the idea. I think that is the idea. So yeah. Okay. All right, everybody. We shall do that tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. It is going to be at the same time. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I experienced my first earthquake yesterday. I couldn't fall asleep at night, and I was up at 5 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. And then all of a sudden, I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep. And then all of a sudden, I feel the bed shaking. Like, and I'm like, is there someone in my room that's shaking my bed? Like, I was so confused. I was like half asleep. I was so confused. So then I like sit up immediately, and then I turn on the lights, and I just go like, what's going on? And then I'm like, okay, bed shaking, ground shaking. Wait, was this an earthquake? I've never experienced an earthquake. So I Google earthquake Portugal, and then there was only like one thing in like Google that was just saying right now 5.4 earthquake in Portugal. But it was in Lisbon, so it was like not where I am. We're in North Portugal, so it was like 300 kilometers away, but I still felt it like pretty heavily here. So yeah, it was crazy. But it only lasted for like 5 seconds. But I don't think there's been too much damage that has happened, fortunately. So I hope no one's been injured or anything. But yeah, it was definitely like a lot stronger at Lisbon. So yeah. I was That's just the tremors from Hammer roasting you. It's a weird feeling. I've never experienced it before. And yeah, it was just so weird. But anyways, I've never felt an earthquake before. Now, I live in Sweden. We don't have scary animals. We don't have earthquakes. We don't have these sort of things. Like, I've realized that I'm blessed for not having that. And I know that many of you maybe live in a place where there are more earthquakes. But for me, it was the first time thing. So yeah. But anyways, I am excited for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and do our best tomorrow and stay positive. That's what we have to do. And not let this loss affect me, but realize that this loss was because of time pressure, and I need to tomorrow get rid of my time issues, even if it means losing the game. I need to not fear losing. So tomorrow, I'm not going to fear losing. I'm just going to play faster and see what happens. And that's that. So, okay, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you so much, YouTube. Thank you so much, Twitch. I will see you all tomorrow at the same time as today. Do not miss it. My dad won at least, so that is good news. I'm going to go have some dinner now and then get some rest, and hopefully no more earthquake today. Have a fantastic rest of your day, everybody. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow at 5 p.m. CEST. Bye-bye, everybody. Take care. Take care. Okay, wait, I'm going to raid somebody. Who am I going to raid? I am going to raid. Who am I going to raid? Who's live? Okay, I only see. Okay, I'm going to raid Rosen again. I raided him a little while ago, but let's just go ahead and raid Rosen again. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. People, bye-bye. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to watch the YouTube channel. And please be back tomorrow. Bye-bye. Keep on playing chess. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Let's win tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Take care. Take care. Bye. Bye. Bye.